Piso 21. Ella es una bandolera que le gustaba la calle, todos los fines de semana de fiesta. Ahora no le copia a nadie, le tiran al DM, todito lo ignora porque ella no está sola, yeah. Ya sé cuál es tu zona, sigue siendo la misma, la disco la controla, yeah. Y yo, no cambio esa nena, estoy puesto para el problema. Vamos pa' la disco si quieres guayar. Yo, no cambio esa nena, ni por más buena que sea. Vamos pa' la disco si quieres guayar. Bailotea, en una esquina me perrea. La baby suelta conmigo janguea, una chimbita bandolera. Si tiene 3 en baja se batea, lo que no sabe lo googlea. Está dura por la red y tiene explotado el DM. Lo que no saben es que está montando mi bebé. Todos los jueves, el paticito le llueve. Tiene malicia de los 19. Tiene explotado el DM. Lo que no saben es que está montando mi BM. La recojo todos los jueves, el paticito le llueve. Tiene malicia de los 19. Y yo, no cambio esa nena, estoy puesto para el problema. Vamos pa' la disco si quieres guayar. Yo, no cambio esa nena, ni por más buena que sea. Vamos pa' la disco si quieres guayar.
La conocí en Navidad, fue mi regalo de Santa. Nos vamos de party, el sexo le encanta. En la calle nos tiran y muchas cosas se hablan. Me tienen envidia, que estoy con la más diabla. Salimos de la disco, se me con el sol. Nos dejamos llevar, bailamos reggaetón. Tiene un culo digno de que le den una ovación. De relación, que se joda. Ella le da hasta abajo, que se joda. Si le tiran labia no le para bola. Así que mueve esa cola como toda una señora. Que se joda. Ella le da hasta abajo, que se joda. Si le tiran labia no le para bola. Así que mueve esa cola como toda una señora.
present, but like out of the way. I think I'm gonna stand over here. I don't need to ever be there. But you're not gonna. Where are you gonna go?
So I figure you can talk and then I mean, I can stand next to you. Sure, I can stand.
Hola. We're almost to start. Hello, everyone. I hope you are all having a fantastic day. Like, my name is Ana Belén, and I'm very excited because this is the first day of talks in the Tropical Sunset. And today we have the talk of Ethereum Business Readiness in 2022 with Dan Shah and Dan Burnett. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All the Dans. Ethereum Enterprise, you have to be called Dan. So, hi, I'm Dan Shaw from the Ethereum Foundation. I work with the enterprise big businesses. Back in 2017, at the launch of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, the EEA, Vitalik called for collaboration amongst private and public. To be able to support enterprise needs. And I joined back in 2020 to come in and support those enterprise users. When I came in, there were some sort of big blockers for going on mainnet. Concerns around privacy, gas prices, and regulatory risks of holding assets. Over the past year and a half, I've been really happy to see a massive sea change away from only private chain and gradual introduction of real mainnet adoption. But I really didn't know what was going on. and really happy to share what Dan Burnett and the EA have been working on, to really give us some proof, give us some data, and been really surprised at the maturity of what's going on. Things are farther ahead and farther on mainnet than you might think. So, Dan Burnett.
All right, thanks so much. Hello, can you hear me? No? Can you guys hear me? No, still not coming out yet. Hello? Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, thanks. And I may ask you to put the notes font size back to what we had agreed to. All right. Thanks. Yeah. All right, so anyway, what I'm here to talk to you about today is a report that the EA issued earlier this year, our Ethereum Business Readiness Report. So, in the media, all the stories are focused on, popular media, right? All focused on crypto speculation, NFT speculation, big collapses, and things like that. But as the Ethereum ecosystem matures, more and more businesses are actually adopting the technology. Unfortunately, that story is not as visible to the general public, okay? And it's, as an organization that is committed to enabling other organizations to adopt and use Ethereum in their day-to-day business operations, we thought it was important to shed light on what's actually happening in business use of Ethereum today, so behind the DeFi, NFT, and so on headlines. Now, there are some challenges to this. In particular, day-to-day projects are all happening behind the scenes. Okay, many of us know about them, or those who are sort of crypto savvy, but those outside of this room, outside of the crypto bubble, are definitely not aware of them. So our goal was to find them and quantify them, and that's what we set out to do. So we did a mix of direct interviews, case study development, surveys, and also the other important part with this particular report was to be able to educate business decision makers about how to think about Ethereum-based deployments. So the work that we did is based on both quantitative and qualitative research. We did the quantitative research, well, I'll talk about that a little bit more later, but the point is that we focused primarily on the qualitative. Our goal was to do storytelling based on case studies and interviews. And when I say storytelling, I mean stories that make sense to businesses. One of the reasons we focus so much on case studies is, everyone in this ecosystem likes to ask, well, what are the use cases? What are the use cases? What are the use cases? Use cases are for sellers. Case studies are for buyers. Buyers don't want to hear what you could do. Buyers want to hear what works today. So that was one of the important goals that drove what we did. So just very quickly, I'm gonna walk through this part. This is something that's in the report. From a business perspective, we describe kind of the history of the Ethereum platform as having three main phases. In the early days, of course, there's a lot of excitement, experimentation with, decentralize all the things, and there's a lot of great experimentation that's still happening, of course. But there was a realization pretty early on that there were some limitations from a business perspective in using the public mainnet. And in particular, the three that we always talked about, the 3 Ps, were privacy, permissioning, and performance. Those were things that the broader public community was not interested in focusing on at the time, but for businesses are just absolutely essential. Okay, and that actually led to a focus on private blockchains. Private consortium networks using Ethereum or other technologies. Now, as we all know, there has been a great revival of interest in public blockchain, and this is actually from a business perspective also. That's driven by, of course, what we've seen with consumer DeFi, which is demonstrated that decentralized business models can work. Also NFTs, but also some technological improvements, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. So before I talk about what's on this slide, I want to mention that from this point on, everything that I describe is being viewed through a business lens. Okay, so when I show circles of certain sizes and so on, this is based on our particular data set. What we did is we collected a data set that was restricted down to about 118 business-oriented Ethereum projects. These are companies or projects that are active now, have live teams, and are developing solutions for traditional business problems. So the data set is somewhat small and eclectic, and keep that in mind when I draw some conclusions like I do on this particular slide. Yes, please reduce the font size. Back down 1 or 2. Thank you, on the notes. Okay. Stop there. Thanks. Okay, so on the left side here, what we have is the business projects organized by industry. And the lion's share, of course, has been in infrastructure and fintech, unsurprisingly. We're basically still in the stage of building the platform and selling picks and shovels. Okay, I mean, that is really where the industry is, particularly from a business perspective. Now, if you look at use cases on the right side, most of the activity is in software development and fintech, which of course aligns with what I just said. And so, again, it's still early stages. There's a lot of need for building core materials yet. So I just wanted to throw this up. Some people like looking at logos. This is a subset of the companies and projects that are in our database. I'm not going to talk about it. This isn't exhaustive, but just to give you an idea of some of the companies and projects that showed up in that list of 118. Now, one of the things we wanted to do was, well, look, if we're going to put out a report on business readiness of Ethereum, we have to define what business readiness means. Okay, so that was our first goal, was to figure that out. And through the interviews that we did, we came up with a way to define it that we believe is useful for business. So our goal, keep in mind, with this report is always to do 2 things, and education is one of those parts. So we wanted to make sure to educate people, and we also wanted to give businesses a tool as they evaluate Ethereum technology and deployment possibilities. So we developed what we call our Ethereum Business Readiness Framework. And we think this is the first attempt that we're aware of to do this in a neutral way. Okay, so we're not selling anything in particular other than Ethereum, of course, right? So what we ended up with is 7 technical criteria, which you'll see in the coming slides, and 3 non-technical criteria, with some detailed definitions, again, whose goal is to educate a business audience. And through this, we believe that businesses can learn a lot about what is important and what to think about as they're considering deployments. Okay, so down the left side here, and I know this is an eye chart. I don't expect you to read it. I'm just going to describe some of what's on here. So down the left side are our 7 + 3 criteria. They are, quickly, network cost, network decentralization and security, scaling, privacy, sustainability, usability, interoperability, and then regulation and compliance, ecosystem resources, and ecosystem robustness. And from our perspective and all the interviews we did, those captured the factors that businesses cared about. It was particularly important to us to make sure that we included decentralization, because a lot of businesses today just still don't even understand why that is something they should care about. Okay? So anyway, if you look at all these criteria on the left, not all businesses are going to care equally about those criteria. So the goal of this particular chart, this particular item, this section of the report, was to answer the question, which of these criteria are actually important to me? So what we looked at was 4 different types of businesses, as we call them. Large corporates, small and medium enterprises, startups, and then there's government, which is not a business, but they're a category worth considering in this discussion. So there are 2 things I want to highlight. So on the sustainability side, and again, I know you can't see all of these, but I just want to talk about a couple of them. So almost all businesses care about the environment. But governments and highly visible corporates care a lot because they can face very high and costly reputational risk, okay, if they screw up sustainability nowadays. On the security side, all companies, of course, want the best security. But corporates and governments, interestingly, they have a lot of resources to ensure security, whether it's financial resources, legal, technical, whatever. And so in some cases, and I know this is sacrilege to say it, okay, but in some cases they're willing to sacrifice some decentralization in return for scaling. But that's not true for smaller businesses. In particular, one of the main appeals of blockchain technology is precisely the security against technical failure, attack, manipulation, and so on that network decentralization offers. So they may be less willing to compromise in that particular respect. Now, we did this because we wanted to show this before we got to describing different architectures and where we think they fall. Okay. So what we did then was we basically evaluated those criteria against 4 different deployment architectures. You'll see we called it network archetype in the report, and what we're talking about is basic deployment architectures. The 4 categories, there are 5 columns, but there are 4 primary ones. There's the public mainnet, mainnet plus an L2, mainnet plus a sidechain, and private network. The second column is mainnet post upgrades. Because we put this report out, of course, before the merge, and there's a lot of other great stuff coming, and we wanted to make sure that people didn't look at the lighter boxes here, which don't look so good for the public mainnet, and say, oh yeah, that's always going to be the case. No, it's definitely not. And as we do this report each year, we're going to continue updating it in terms of where we're actually at. So a few examples here. From a network cost perspective, the cost to actually operate a private network can be very low. Even when you're running your own infrastructure, the actual operations cost can be quite low. And we know the mainnet is expensive today. Okay, and that's being worked on, we know. In terms of ease of use by businesses, layer 2s or sidechains actually have the most support, interestingly, because the ones who are building those layer 2s or sidechains provide a lot of information and a lot of help on how to make use of them. If you do a private chain, on the other hand, it's all on you, right? So it's not easy at all if you want to do a private chain. You have to do a lot of the work yourself. From a compliance perspective, a private network, it's the easiest to implement, controls such as KYC, and on, the mainnet is, of course, fully decentralized on the other end. So most of this shouldn't surprise you too much, but again, this is written for, chances are it's written for your customers, the people you're trying to sell to, and who need someone to explain this to them in a way that they can understand. That did not do, okay, all right. So one of the things we did was we wanted to give examples of how you might use this framework for a specific use case. And again, I know it's an eye chart, you can't see all these, it's all in the report, but we basically analyzed these criteria against the deployment architectures that I talked about. So for each of these architectures, we scored the criteria as very poor, poor, neutral, good, and very good, where good is out here and poor is in the center on these radar graphs. So I'm just going to hit a couple of headlights. So the upper left one is asset tokenization, and then payment solutions is just to the right of that. So for asset tokenization, mainnet scores very high on usability and interoperability for tokenization. But if you have a project for which high performance and regulatory compliance are priorities, you'll want to be working with an L2 or a sidechain, or you could consider building a private network. On the payments side, for payments use case, Ethereum is a payments network essentially out of the box. I mean, finding information about how to do payments with Ethereum or something built on top of Ethereum is not at all hard. But again, if you have high volume, you're going to want to work with a layer 2 or sidechain, particularly if you have if you're addressing retail customers. Now, interestingly, if you actually have a wholesale business, you might not need to go to that, and you could actually do a private network more simply today, more simply, more cheaply, if you have a wholesale business. Okay, I said that we did interviews. We actually have way more than 6 interviews, but I just wanted to give a few examples of some of the people that we spoke with. We spoke with people who actually were building these projects. We also spoke with some well-known people in the space, and probably some of the people here are in the room, and I just haven't seen them yet. But I just want to give you an idea of this. Within the report, we actually include quotes throughout, because we found that the quotes from these people are the thing that they express this better than any of us could, because they're dealing with it every single day. So I've got 3 examples here, and the one that I'm gonna actually call out is in the middle from Benson of Acre Africa. Acre Africa provides parametric insurance for smallholding farmers in Africa. So what they said is, we could have done this on our own with a database, but we wanted public proof that those triggers that the customer signed up for when buying are still the same ones used when it comes time to pay out. that is a great example of the transparency that you get from a good blockchain solution. So anyway, this is just a few. We have a lot more. But these interviews really helped us with the insights, which is what I'm going to get to shortly. So we took that 118 projects and whittled it down to 12 for a super deep dive. Okay, so we were looking at doing case studies on 12 of them. 9 of the projects were ready for us to include them in the report, and 3 said, we want to be there, but not yet. Talk to us next year. Okay, so we ended up with 9 that are in the report. I don't have time to go through them. I wish I did. Too short a presentation today. But please do read it in the report because there's a lot of great insights. For each one of these, we did a detailed case study and also put the key takeaways for a business audience again. Okay? So after all of that, we tried to distill everything that we had heard into some insight. So if you're going to take pictures of anything, it's probably this slide and the next one. So there is a growing appreciation now, publicly, right, of an ability to use the public blockchain. That is new. That's a really good thing to hear. And decentralized business models are beginning to make some sense because DeFi, right? So people realize there's something there. They don't know how to use it yet. They don't know how to make it work yet, but they know there's something there that's important. Technological advances, ZK proofs, et cetera, are addressing the privacy concerns. And a variety of the upgrades coming or have already happened in the mainnet are going to be addressing the remaining business issues over time. But now, of course, we know that you need to use multiple layers or multiple networks in order to address some of the performance and permissioning. I want to talk about private and public blockchain for a moment. There are still, as I mentioned, some good use cases for private blockchains, but we're beginning to see the use cases merge much more strongly than we've seen before. We're also beginning to see some hybrid options where people are using private for some things and public for others, and that's an interesting result as well. One of the things we heard very clearly was that L2s and sidechains no one expects those to be a temporary solution. So even with everything that's planned in terms of upgrades for Ethereum, no one who is actually building projects today believes that L2s and sidechains are going to be temporary. They're expecting them to be here to stay, to remain. Okay. When we did the research here, the #1 blocker that was listed was sustainability across the board. This, of course, now that's not the big blocker that it was because of the merge. So the second one is now the top one, and that one was regulation, and that's probably not going to surprise this audience, but it's interesting because it's actually not a blocker for all use cases. And if you can see some of the use cases where it's not in the report or catch me later, and I'm happy to talk with you. But there are some for which it's not an issue yet. And hey, NFTs are really making people aware of what digital assets are and can do, so that's pretty neat. And then the final comments I want to make are that, look, we believe, and this is going to sound obvious, right? We believe that the Ethereum ecosystem is ready for business. Of course we're going to say that. No, actually, here's the caveat. The caveat is it is not yet out of the box ready. That's the key result that we got. Okay, don't scroll that far, please. All right. So anyway, the good news is there are a lot of different options, right? There are a number of different architectures, and they're not bad. I know that this community is trying to push the edges. At the EA, we're trying to move the middle, okay? And so it's helpful for us to be able to explain that there are alternatives today, and those alternatives will get you moving, and you don't want to wait. There are good reasons to explore decentralized models. Okay, and to take advantage of the processes of the type Ethereum makes possible. One of the quotes that we heard was, since what previously relied on faith between 2 or more parties can now be proven mathematically on a blockchain, any situation in which someone has to say, I have to trust you, is an opportunity for a blockchain-based solution. Today, we increasingly see this being put into practice. Going forward, the opportunities are as numerous as the myriad business challenges that depend on this kind of trust. Okay, so here's my EEA slide. On the left is free materials. On the right is what members get. I'm not going to walk through all of it, but I want to talk about on the left side, we have primers that we're putting out there. Basically, if you remember like the college, plastic two-sided cheat sheets for algebra or whatever else, That's what we're putting out, and they're targeted at non-technical business people, C-suites in general. We want to make sure they understand the trade-offs of the things that we're talking about. They are free to download and use. They're under our resources tab. We also have a large number of educational webinars, blogs. We hold events and so on. One of the things that we just launched this week, it's brand new, so hit it hard and expect some problems, but we do want you to try it. On our website, lower right corner, there's a chat icon. Look at some of the options that come up, but the reason we did that is that's intended to be a help desk. It is a help desk for business people. One of the things we heard most often from businesses was, look, I can call anybody that I do business with, but how do I call Ethereum? That is literally what they said. How do I call Ethereum? So our goal was to create a front end that makes it easy to answer some of those initial business questions that people have. Our goal is not to steer them to a particular provider, but to help get that initial understanding out of the way so when they come to talk to you, they have some idea what they're talking about. All right, and the last thing I want to put up here is there's lots more in the report. You can download it for free. That QR code will take you to that URL, which takes you to our website where you can download the report. So with that, I'm going to see if Dan has anything he'd like to finish with.
Great, thanks, Dan. So, for 2022, we got through 100 projects and got down to just a few of them. Kind of the call to action is if you have a project that you're working on, grab a Dan. Any Dan will do. Probably one of these Dans, or anybody at the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, the EEA, and we'd love to hear about your project and potentially include it in next year's report.
Yep, this was the first one. Keep sending them in so we can do more. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dan and Dan, for this amazing overview of how the EEA it's been impacting the enterprise adoption. Thank you so much. And so,
should we leave now?
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
but there's some few minutes.
Okay.
Maybe if there's questions. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of questions, so we can start there.
Hi.
We are going to give you the microphones. Yeah, for the people that want to hear.
Hi, so can you share some specific examples of specific businesses who are implementing Ethereum today on a public or private chain? Because you gave like more of a general overview, but
I know.
Curious of specific companies that are doing that, right?
I understand, and they've just taken away my list with my notes where I left all the companies so I could answer that question with a whole bunch, but it's okay. One of the companies that we know of is Alaya. They did a public private placement using blockchain, and that was very successful. Microsoft uses NFTs to track components in their Azure server farms. So they basically do supply chain tracking using an NFT for every single component. Not because, and by the way, they're doing this essentially privately. Okay, they're doing it on a private network. But the reason they're using NFTs is because they found them very convenient as a holder for information that they needed to carry along the process. I mentioned Acre Africa. That's another one of my favorites. Oh gosh, let's see.
So one of my favorites is again, it's a Microsoft EY. They've been really great partners and doing a lot of good work. They have taken all of the Xbox royalties that they would potentially give to EA Games and all the network that are a part of the Xbox network, and they've tokenized that, and what used to be financial reconciliation that took months now is a smart contract-driven, instantaneous process that it goes through the entire supply chain, large and small partners down the line, automatically get their fair share, and just a fantastic example and use case for blockchain.
And there's a lot more. I really do mean, download the report. You'll get a lot more from that. Thank you. Okay.
So the time is up, but sorry.
Come grab us.
Thanks.
But you can ask for sure more things here.
Yep.
On the
All right.
stairs.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. So don't miss out. In a few minutes, we are going to start about abstractions, a case for smart contracts wallets with Joseph J. and Naim. So see you in a couple of minutes. Back. We are with Joseph J. and Naim, and they are going to share about asset right abstractions, a case for smart contract wallets. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hey, everybody. My name is Joseph. This is Naim. We are from a project called Pawn. And today we are not going to talk about Pawn, but about something that we developed for the community because it's important to us and to our cause. So we are going to talk about asset rights abstraction, our case for smart contract wallets. So I'm the CEO of Pawn, whatever being a CEO means. Naim is a smart contract dev, so he's actually the guy who is going to tell you the interesting stuff. I'm here just as staffing. So first, the why. So why did we start developing a smart contract wallet? In short, Pawn is a generalized borrowing and lending protocol, but we also need like a whole bunch of tooling out there in the ecosystem. And since it wasn't available at the time, we decided to develop it ourselves. So in Pawn, our kind of holy grail, what we want to see, what we want to build in the ecosystem is seeing long-term loans, mortgage type of loans being issued on-chain. So we're looking at like 5, 10, 15 years contracts that should last on-chain and should be actually perceived as legitimate. Like today, what we see in DeFi is mostly short-term or something that will get set up and can be erased like 30 seconds later. But we kind of want to get us to the point where people will be able to back their long-term mortgages with digital assets, and this is an important piece of the ecosystem or like piece of the tooling that we need. So we decided to dive into smart contract wallets and kind of allow using the assets that you own while you're using them to back a loan. But our case, or the case for our smart contract wallet, is much wider. So today we are going to dive into that. So most people, I guess, know smart contract wallets as a multi-sig or something that allows you to operate a wallet or operate an account as multiple users. But there is much more. So depending on your level of technical knowledge or just like the time you spend in the ecosystem, just a quick rundown what are actually smart contract wallets. So contract wallets are essentially smart contracts that are creating a proxy between a user or like an end user account and another contract with some extra logic added. So there are some examples. Why would you use it? So first, you can create like more events automations or like call wrappers around multiple contracts and do like more things in one transaction than you would otherwise be able to do. Good example for that is Gnosis Safe, or Safe, as it was recently renamed, which uses it for multi-sig interactions. Or another great example is a DeFi Saver smart contract wallet, which makes it easier to operate in the DeFi ecosystem. Another example would be just general identities. So there's a lot of talk about decentralized identity standards and a way you can use multiple keys in one smart contract and essentially like use the contract as your on-chain identity. There is a whole bunch of attempts around the DID, or there is also the Argent wallet, which essentially does a very similar thing. Now, smart contract wallets aren't definitely useful for everything. They have some downsides. So that's especially the gas overhead, because again, you're using an extra proxy. You have to do more computation in every single transaction that you're using it for. And secondary, you may require some level of integration. So EIP 1271 for signed messages would be one example of like what everyone else has to integrate in order for smart contract wallets to work just as like a user account would. So in our specific case, like why do we want to mess up with asset rights? As I mentioned, we want to allow the case where you kind of can have your cake and eat it too, where you can have assets in your custody, but still create some sort of a deed, some sort of a right for another person to eventually be able to access those assets and kind of like take them with them. So the very basic case for us is essentially creating a hook in the wallet in someone else's account that allows you to essentially drain the wallet if a certain criteria is met, and obviously if the other person consents to it. So they would actually like sign up for that in another contract. Why is this good? What is it good for is that you don't actually have to move those assets that you have in the account. You can just create this like rights that will allow someone else to access those assets. And if some people state from the previous talk, from like EA or just the enterprise ecosystem, this could be useful for even like KYC assets because, or like assets that require KYC, because you don't have to move them from wallet. You can just wait until the point where you actually have to move them, and that's the point where you can kind of like start dealing with KYC because the actual asset didn't move, nothing happened to it. So again, for us, the case is a DeFi mortgage where we just want to allow someone to, buy a piece of Decentraland, lock it as collateral, keep that in their custody, still like allow them to use it, but use the value of the asset as a backing for a loan. Another example would be, like DAO voting rights. Again, like you still want to use those, but you might want to utilize the value that's kind of backing the particular token. The same goes for gaming items, or ENS names are again a perfect example. Another useful thing is that you can also allow asset renting. You can just reverse the case and essentially just give someone the right to like transfer the right to someone else, but keep the token transfer right and keep the ownership of the asset and withdraw it later if certain criteria is met again. So this is the basic intro, and now finally, now is the interesting stuff. So passing the word over to Naim.
Thanks, Joseph. Hi, guys. My name is Naim. Before we start, for those who don't know me, beside I'm being a smart contract dev, I'm also a contemporary circus artist. So even though I'm used to performing in front of people, I am not used to speaking in front of people. So I'm super nervous now. And I was thinking, how can I like make me less nervous? So I decided I want to perform you something. Unfortunately, I'm jumping on a trampoline, which cannot be fit here. So I'll just show you a video of me being shot from a human cannon. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it helped me. It helped me a lot. So back to the topic. Let's define some requirements for this contract wallet. Obviously, it has to act as a normal contract wallet. That means that you have to be able to call arbitrary call data on any address, basically. And the nice feature, enable tokenizing asset transfer rights. We want to enable tokenizing these rights to fungible, non-fungible, and semi-fungible assets. And one of two things it means is actually to enable the ATR token holder to transfer the assets from owner's wallet. So you don't own the asset, but you are able to actually transfer it. And the second part of it is prevent the owner without the ATR token, to transfer it. So yeah, you are not screwed if you are a token holder. So high-level wallet design. First, after some prototypes, we tried to implement our own smart contract wallet, which is something we realized we don't want to do because we'll be basically reinventing the wheel. So after some research of Gnosis Safe, we realized they have two very nice components. One is guard and one is module. For those of you who don't know the Safe ecosystem that well, guard is a contract which you can basically link to your safe, which will check every transaction made from your safe before and after the transaction. In our context, it's a guard which will basically enforce the transfer rules. Okay, so if we see that the safe has the ATR token minted but is not the holder, we'll basically revert the transaction, and that's the responsibility of the guard. The second component is a module. This enables to execute a transaction without actually reaching the owner's threshold. which is also something we really want, because we want the ATR token holder, which is not the owner of the safe, to be able to transfer or start the execution of the transfer from someone else's safe. So yeah, that's cool. With these two components, which I was like very surprised they have, we were able to build this ATR smart contract on top of Gnosis safe, which is really great. We encountered obviously some challenges, so we will talk about them right now. First is approval issue while minting an ATR token. It's pretty obvious that you don't want to mint an ATR token and have approved addresses at the same time, because if you do, the approved address can transfer the asset without even triggering the guard or the module. So this is obvious, like a thing we have to solve. Next is something we called stalking attack. It's basically a type of attack where I, as an attacker, will create a malicious asset. I will tokenize its transfer rights. I will transfer it to my victim's wallet and remove it with some non-standard way. So let's say the asset can be transferred by the owner. I, as an attacker, am the owner, so I'll be able to withdraw that. In that case, the victim's wallet goes into state where every execution will fail because the guard will not have the proper, like, sufficient tokenized balance. So it's also bad. Then we have challenges like EIP 1271, where the input of the function is basically just hash and signature. So we cannot like enforce the rules if we don't know what is actually like verifying. Then there is a gas overhead. It's a contract wallet. There always will be some gas overhead. Plus there is a lot of checks for every execution, right? Then there is the non-standard assets. We currently support just the standards. We cannot support non-standards asset because we are actually enforcing the transfer rules, right? So yeah, that's one challenge, and not possible to use the delegates call because then it will alter the logic of the smart contract, and again you are able to transfer it or do whatever you want with that. So let's talk about the first one. Approval issue while minting ATR token. We need to check that the asset which ATR is going to be minted doesn't have the approved address. Currently, there is like 4 types of approvals. For ERC20, it's approval amount. For ERC 721, it's approve ID or set approval for all. And for ERC 1155, it's just set approval for all. Only one of these approve function has actually a getter for the address. So it was a big issue at first, but after realizing that all the approval all the transactions which are approving the assets are done through the wallet, then we can basically just track all the approved addresses, and on the time of minting, we can check that the asset is not doesn't have an approved address. So yeah, cool. We need to check the approved addresses. The stalking attack, how I described previously, it's the malicious asset which is transferred from the victim's wallet by the non-standard way. It would revert on insufficient tokenized balance, but we still want the ATR token holder to be able to transfer it to any asset. So because of that, we need to basically divide the transfer function into 2. First is claim, where I, as an ATR token holder, am transferring the asset to my wallet, which is cool. There is no possibility of stalking attack, so yeah, we'll let you do that. And the second is the generic transfer to any address. But in that case, we require the recipient permission. In this permission, the recipient can actually specify what type of asset is going to be transferred, by whom, some expiration stuff, and so on and so on. So it's much harder for an attacker to actually execute this stalking attack. It's still possible, but it's much, much, much harder. But still, because it's possible, we need to implement a function to recover the safe from that attack, which we did. That's a good one. So after solving some challenges, the final design looks like this. We actually, right, you can see the ATR token or the ATR module. Here is the guard. It's implemented as a proxy for basically be more future-proof. If there is some widely adapted ERC which we want to like support, we don't want to force every like safe owner to deploy new ones. We'll basically do like a force update for them. Then you can see the operator's context. This is a contract responsible for checking the approved addresses per safe per the collection. And our PwnSafe factory, just to like be sure that the address we are interacting with is actually safe. And then there is some like Gnosis safe contract and the owner because of this proxy. Still, we didn't solve all the challenges. So open challenges are enable EIP 1271. It will be possible if the wallet basically pre-approved the hash. In that case, we can actually check what is approved. And if it doesn't like break any transfer rules, we'll say, yeah, okay, you can, this hash is approved. So every call for the is valid signature will return true or the magic value for this hash. Gas overhead, of course, we want to have the gas cost as low as possible. So currently minting the ATR token has a constant overhead, which is nice. And transferring the asset via the ATR token has linear overhead, because it's depending on number of tokenized assets in the safe. Because we need to check that every tokenized asset after the execution is actually there, and that the tokenized balance is still sufficient. Then there is an issue with non-standard asset. I think this issue will be there like forever, because yeah, that's like we can work only with the honest assets. So if somebody is trying to give you his ATR token for some malicious asset which is not standard, define some like approve functions or transfer functions, we cannot basically like prevent him to do that. And if you accept this ATR token, then yeah, you're screwed. Sorry. And the possibility of using delegate calls. There is actually an option to like whitelist some addresses to be able to use the delegate call or to call the delegate call at. But we cannot do it like generally. We cannot say, hey, you can call delegate call on any address, because then it's a huge security issue for us. Yeah, and I think that's all. So thank you. There was me and Joseph.
Thank you so much, Naim and Joseph. And thank you for...
I also think we have two more, thanks to Shildo, there are 2 slides where...
Sure.
Yeah, 2 more slides, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Or maybe it's stupid to put 2 more slides after a thank you page, but you know, stuff happens. If you can go to thank you one, as actually, oh, yeah, the number 18. Yeah. Cool. So I realized like maybe some of the graphics weren't really visible here. So if you go to pawn.mirror.xyz, there is an article about the PwnSafe where everything should be described. Also, you can just check out our website on pawn.xyz, where you can see our audits, see our repos. We have a bunch of documentation for users or developers as well. And finally, well, here's our POAP.
Yeah, thanks for coming. And I think we have 6 more minutes for questions. Is it right? Yeah. So if any of you have a question. Anyone? There we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you going to handle the? I don't remember which was the correct EIP, but there was one that will allow you to approve and transmit at the same in the same transaction. Have you any plans for that? I think it was 1271 or something similar.
Come again? If we want to support standard that can approve and call in the same transaction?
Yes. I believe there was one of the EIPs that allowed you to sign a transaction, several transactions in the same at the same time.
If I understood it correctly, there is one EIP. I think it's 1373, something like that. It's a token standard which implements another set of approve functions. These approve functions can basically approve and call arbitrary data in one transaction. We are actually supporting that. So beside these well-known 2721, 1155, we are also supporting 777 and these 1363. I'm not sure about the number now. So I hope I answered your question, or it was something else.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Lending out NFTs is always a bit tricky. And you mentioned you can lend it out without using collateral. How is that realized, and is that compatible with any existing wallets that would display NFTs?
Well, the idea about not using collateral is that you will use collateral, but the ATR token. So basically, if I want to lend you some asset, some whatever asset, I will first tokenize its transfer rights. I will send you that asset and I'll keep the transfer rights to myself. So you are stated as an owner of that asset in the whole DeFi ecosystem, but if you stop paying me my installments or whatever, I'm still able to transfer it back from you, even though normally I don't have the rights to do that. So it's not like uncollateralized in like very technical sense, but you are not using the asset itself as a collateral. You are using the transfer rights instead.
Anyone else? Yep.
Hey guys, thank you. So would you elaborate a little bit about the account rental? You were talking about the like account rental also, and the bribery attack for the account rental. So if I understand correctly, then we'll be allowed to rent our account on the usage of it. So how? Yeah, go ahead.
It was about specifically the assets, but Naim, if you want to take that one as the renting case. All right. Well, so essentially what Naim did, which I didn't realize when he was developing it, but I thought it was super cool, is that within the realm of the safes which have this particle guard and module enabled, because you would generate them using a specific like contract factory, you can still transfer the asset to essentially like any safe that has that particle guardian module, and the asset token, the ATR token will still be executable, and you'll be able to essentially get it from anyone's wallet within that particle realm. So obviously, like you have to be you have to realize like the particle asset has this deed created around it, but it's essentially the same as like having real estate property and like having a deed on that property. Then we can be like friends that want to like reuse our gaming assets. We can have the asset token right generated. I can safely like give my magic sword to Naim's wallet. I'll tell him to give it back to me in 30 days. If I can just claim it back. And obviously you can put it into a contract. You can set your set kind of like exact parameters on like how the return should happen. But the asset token, the ATR token is basically the thing that will execute a transfer later on.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Naim and Joseph. So after this,
I guess this is dance.
After this, we are going to have Max Semenchuk, who's going to talk about Web3 in the Ukraine government. So don't miss out. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
This is Dan's profile.
during the 2020, like the COVID gave the opportunity to kind of practice it. We all got stuck in our homes, and I felt like world was on fire, so I needed to do something, and we started to organize this social activist groups in the manners I used, like I learned in Web3, like different Discord, knowledge bases, coordination, and stuff like that. So it felt quite good, but it also felt like a drop in the ocean. We can help a hospital here or some elder people, but the country is quite huge and the scale of the problems is always growing. So that's where I recognized that I would like to kind of learn more about how, like I already learned the governance a bit, and I felt like, wow, should I really try it in the government and see whether those ideas can be applied there? And now for 2 years, I'm working with the ministries, newly formed. So, I kind of would like to share with you some ideas about the ecosystem development in general, about how you can take super different people together, align them under some vision, do some great stuff, and how to build capacity, how to resolve conflicts, how deal with the crises, and try to show it in the few case studies. So when I just joined, what did I see? Initially, I was mostly working in development, so I was specifically following my narrow field. But when I started to look at the country in general, I learned that first of all, Ukraine has one of the best adoption rates, and for specific reasons. We don't have a securities market, and people don't trust banks, and so on. But in the same way, the current situation, as in many countries, is quite gray zone, and since 2012 or 14, there were a bunch of tries to propose some kind of legislation or something that would guide this industry, but all of them failed, basically. Before this, new president came, Zelensky, and he had this vision of country in a smartphone, government is a smartphone, and they created this ministry, which consisted mostly of the business people, and young people, which was contrasting a lot with the other ministries and bodies. So I started to work there, and what I learned is basically we can propose something, but in order to pass anything, we need a general consensus. And at that time, now it's getting much better, but at that time, most people knew crypto for money laundering, like drugs and hacks and stuff like that. So it was we needed to come and speak to everybody and explain this is only a small % of it. Dollar is also used for the same purposes. It doesn't mean we need to ban it. So in order to make this happen, I saw some specific problems or challenges. First of all, every ministry, everybody, or every business, they had their own agenda. They saw what they want to do. The national bank just sees the currency aspect of it, right? And somebody is just looking at the exchange market, on the mining market, but not all of that together. There was no specific vision of how that all will strive. And also another part is the businesses and the Web3 crowd is mostly crypto anarchic, and they hate government. They don't want to even touch it, and I feel it the same. But also there was no productive dialogue, no attempts to build this connection. And also most of the this holy wars, about somebody wants to do something in a position, and all the fighting happened inside of Ukraine. Nobody thought, wow, there's a global movement, how do we become competitive worldwide, or how do we think about it as not just inside but as general. And final problem was that was a mid of the bear market, so it was really hard to find any resources to develop it. But even to illustrate it on the case, even with a project that really got funding, most of them didn't, but there was this project that the ministry was developing, it passed the law on what is virtual assets, basically crypto, what is the key, what is the wallet, stuff like that. And there was a norm that all of the service providers need to be in some kind of register. So we should have some exchanges or brokers, their license is registered somewhere. And we got this task and this funding from the Swiss embassy. Yeah, please develop it's a nice stuff, you know, like develop this registry. I got super experienced consultants. They proposed us with 3 options. So one is like fully public system, probably on Ethereum, but maybe something EVM, whatever. But then hybrid solution, you know, semi-closed, and centralized. And they did a comparison, like balance scorecard, you know, like on the security, cost of support, the anti, like corruption effect and stuff like that. And altogether, like the Ethereum solution, the public solution was winning, you know, and it was like they said like, we propose this solution. And I was like, yes, let's do that. But we needed to consult with other stakeholders and the donors who sponsor that. Like, we asked them what do they think, and they said, well, you would probably have 200 companies. Do you really need blockchain for this, you know? And then we talked to the businesses like, hey guys, what do you think we should build? And they said, could you just do no registration at all? Or we will take our business elsewhere, you know, to other jurisdictions. We don't want to be registered at all, you know? And the final, like, kill of this idea was from the lawyers. They said, well, potentially we could use a blockchain here, but due to the current laws, all the information should be stored on the servers in the country. So if you would like to do that, you need to change this. And that can be like a 5-year project, you know, compared to the small case of all, like we wanted to do in a half year. So guess which solution we preferred. And that's like the illustration for what I have to deal with. So that's what led me to think more about the vision, you know, how do we create, like, even, of course, I see the point, like, it doesn't make sense to do a 200 people registry or company registry on the blockchain, but it's just a start, you know, somebody needs to do this change in the norm, somebody needs to start building different services and information, it's kind of open ecosystem and stuff like that, but nobody stated that as a task, you know, we just solved this small solution here and there. So I was in the search for the vision, and one of my friends from the UNDP Acceleration Lab, he recommended to use the foresight. And basically the foresight is the, like, it's a research method, it's the community development approach. It's like really hard to tell in just a few words, but what it isn't for sure, it's not a prediction. You know, it's not about like, okay, last year we earned $1 million, so next year maybe it's $2 million. It's rather about the different trends that can occur and how like they can play out together. You know, what happens if all of them materialize or none of them materialize? What then would happen? Who will win? And so on. So one of the key ideas is that it should be like systematic and participatory. So for that, we took each of a kind. We took representatives from every ministry, you know, from National Bank to Cyber Police. We took parliamentaries, every kind of business, social, NGOs, economists. I would even like ecologists, you know, because that was also one of the insights there. And we got them together in a set of like offline events and Zoom calls to speak about what do they see, what trends do they see, what future or like what needs do they have. And the second aspect of it is like we gathered all of that intelligence about the future for our long-term vision process. So we said like it's not for a year, it's like 2030, you know, 10 years. For many people in the ministry planning for 10 years, it was like, can't do. But we strive for that. And the two key trends that we identified was like, first of all, the asset tokenization, you know, whether it would grow or not, and control over personality. And in our audience, nobody believed that it won't grow. Everybody believed it would grow, you know, so we didn't even consider those scenarios. But where the real fight happened is in the between this personality control. So mostly people spoke about, on the one hand, the values of the security, you know, protection of like customers, consumers, and so on. But on the other hand, it's like freedom, you know, no protection, like we can lose our like freedom, but that doesn't mean that we'll gain protection for sure, you know. So at one moment we just standed on the line, you know, from the like security to freedom, and people stated some arguments, and others could, you know, change their place at this. And we ended up, you know, like somewhere in the middle, but closer to the freedom. And the scenario, what the metaphor for this scenario, we call it digital Venice, in the way of like golden age of trade, you know, open trade and prosperity, lots of bridges between all of these systems and so on, in comparison to digital dictatorship, where mass surveillance, of course, some maybe big enterprises can win, but for the innovation, for the consumers and so on, it doesn't prove to be the best. So this was our choice there. And after that, what initially happened is people started to they saw all of that community gathered around those ideas, and they started to propose different projects. We started to see who's gonna need to do what governments needs to do, what business needs to do. That set up the initial roadmap of our operations, where people really proposed something what they wanted. And by the end of this 6 months extensive work, I was super happy. I saw all of the stakeholders, we established all these contacts, we had this developmental vision, we had this roadmap, 70 pages report, extensive, education happened through this. People discussed, in national about what is DeFi, what is NFT and stuff like that. But one of the key ideas is that people build trust. I heard somebody telling from the business, oh, this guy from the financial monitoring, he's adequate and nice, we can probably speak to him. And government also, governmental workers, they had okay, these founders, entrepreneurs, they're okay, they do some nice stuff. So it created the initial basis for human relations in this process. And we also established a project office, with all these experts, 11 working groups. Some of them already got funding for education and infrastructure. And I was on the high moment of it at that time. And what you could think is, what can go wrong, after that? Well, on February 24th, the day that most of Ukrainians will remember for long, the war started. And now, after 8 months, it's kind of like a new normality, you can say. But the first months, I felt would I really would I have to speak to speaking to my close one? Would I have a chance to speak to them tomorrow? I wasn't sure, and all of these nice developmental plans, they were also doomed, who will think about this innovation at this time? So this was also I recognized the moment we recognized in our team that we can't also lower hands, this time required us to act and to do something. And what was promising really is that on the base of the initial trust, the people, talking together, a bunch of projects emerged that started to, collect funding. And one of such projects is called Aid for Ukraine. It was under the Ministry of Digital Transformation brand and supported by a few businesses, So government accepted crypto and sent it to the different purchases. The key idea there was that the supply chain requirements were super high. If there would be need in quadricopter or a car, you would need it tomorrow, so you don't have time to do this bureaucratic procedures or whatever. So it's speeding up the processes a lot and the transparency of it. And that was one of the biggest one, which collected around $60 million from 50,000 people. And you could see that Ethereum ecosystem played a big role, as well as people donated just around $300, but guys like Vitalik Buterin in millions and so on. So feel free to check it out. And the other projects were initiated by a set of business owners. They said under our reputation we collect these funds, which is important. At the time, many people, not only good actors activated, but bad actors activated, where they collected kind of for Ukraine, but could just take this money. So the brand of ministry or the brand of business owners and so on was really important for that. And Unchained Fund, they had this multi-sig, they we didn't have the time to build a full-scale, DAO for everything, but we tried to keep the closest to that. And you can see that the money was sent for different causes. We need to be lean and agile. There was many grassroots, initiatives that needed just small amounts of funds. So there was this people struggling in the other countries, migration, that they had no money to survive, and they can't even always use their money for some reason. So this help cards, direct giving, was also a major thing. And finally, NFTs. NFTs became a real thing. Ukraine DAO, like one of the major, they collected like more than 6 million, and they decided to distribute those funds across the like trusted NGOs, because like from the external view, you don't know like who to donate to, you know, like we don't respect so much guys like Red Cross or somebody, because they don't go this last mile to the real, you know, like workplace and to help those people. So and for external, they don't know where to give. So they kind of created this connection, or the Museum of War, which connected both the aspect of like creativity to the fundraising for the ministry. We even got this CryptoPunk we sold for 100K. So first of all, I would like to thank you a lot for, as a community, for everybody who supported it, who donated, who tracked, who was with us in this hard moment. After this, you know, nobody can say in Ukraine that, you know, crypto is like non-desirable or something. So yeah, just for this moment, thank you.
Thank you so much, Max.
Oh, it's not all.
Sorry.
Do I have time? Yeah, I have some time. I'm finishing, sorry. What I propose to, like, what we can do next is like let's keep hacking, you know, like currently the like we got bombed all the time, you know. Now they like aiming at the like electrical and like water infrastructure and so on, but that doesn't stop people from like coding and doing their work, you know. They work like in the underground or whatever. They keep hacking. Just recently there was like a hackathon in Kiev where Vitalik was, and people were like thinking about the solution that can be just like, now we need it in Ukraine, but tomorrow, you know, who knows which country. Already, like if you look at the security aspect of the DLT, like in Georgia or Taiwan, they already are thinking about the cyber attacks that can happen. In our country, it's also like quite a big problem. And it's also a bunch of migration challenges, because of course, like national banks, they try to like secure macro situation, you know, but also people can't always, you know, transfer money or like open a bank account. And in our vision, we're looking to move all of this ownership rights system to these trusted ecosystems. And just like as a final note, what I learned through all of this experience, you know, what I hope you can use in your work as well, is that without the vision, you know, that won't work. You know, we will be still disconnected in what we do. And what we achieved is like the sense of the shared future, and the community who was like experiencing this shared future is like, in the war we all became kind of a DAO, like everybody started to work despite any conflicts. And second is that, well, while technology can be neutral in a way, you know, like, but with the same technology, you can build either dictatorship or like Venice, whatever, like democracy. So, and for that, there should be a demand, like understanding from the people. Like currently, it's just, you know, a few percent, 1%. You know, we need more people to really kind of request it from the politicians, and politicians that will move it. It's kind of a long process, but without this like win-win interaction and consensus, it just won't happen. And in our approach, we saw that raising awareness and education was key. You know, people just, if they don't get it, they don't trust it. So currently, we're launching a program to get like by 2030, more than half of Ukrainians crypto literate, and we're now educating governmental workers how to use MetaMask and stuff like that. So they will have practical skills, they will see it. So that would really help us in the like, or everybody help in the crisis. So people will already rely and know that. So on that note, thank you again. Let's connect. You have an ally in the Ukrainian government, in me. If you want to do something together, please find me or connect. I will be really happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, and yeah, it's amazing to see how people start helping a lot Ukraine around the world using the blockchain technology. And for now, in one couple of minutes, we're going to have a panel, so don't miss out. We'll see you again. Hello again. So today we have the first panel of the day here in the Tropical Sunset scenario. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Adrian Sutton, Oisin Kine, Paul Hauner, and Vasily Shapovalov. Yeah, they are going to talk about It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your mnemonic is?
Sweet. Thank you very much, everyone. As some of you that can count might notice, we're one short and a panelist, but I think he'll join us momentarily. So I think we'll more or less kind of kick off and do a bit of intros and stuff beforehand. Oh, there's the man himself, Vasily. Okay. So how are we with slides? Sweet. So today we have a panel on validator mnemonics and their security. It's been almost 2 years since the Beacon chain launched, and there's quite a lot of people that haven't touched those private keys in quite a long time. Over the course of the next 50 minutes, we're going to look back at what's been done on the key security side for the last while. We're going to see what things are looking like right now in terms of validator key security, and then we're going to look a bit forward towards withdrawals, which I'm sure lots of people want to know about. But before we get to that, I would like to do a few introductions. Will this going to work for me? Probably not. Okay. Arrow it is. Oh, yeah, now it's connected. Sweet. So briefly, I'll introduce myself. My name is Oisin Kine. I'm co-founder at Obol Labs. We build distributed validator technology, which is the ability to run one validator across multiple machines by multiple entities. And yeah, that's my little quick intro. I'd like to introduce Paul next.
Hello, my name is Paul, co-founder of Sigma Prime. I've been working on Lighthouse, which is an Ethereum consensus implementation since 2018. Yeah, I've done a lot of the initial development of it, and now I do a lot of kind of overseeing and reviewing, and still some development. I'll pass it on to Adrian.
Hi, I'm Adrian Sutton. I'm with Consensus, and I started out on the Besu team doing the execution layer side before there was an idea of a consensus layer side. Spent about 1.5 years pretty much full-time on Besu, and then switched over to Teku because I heard that Beacon Chain was the new hotness, and Teku is a consensus client, so I've spent the last, 3 to 4 years helping build that and bring the merge to fruition. It's been a lot of fun, been working with people like Paul, and a lot of fun there. So yeah, and Vasily.
Hey, I'm Vasily, tech lead at Lido, also, which is probably more relevant to this panel. I used to be CTO in a P2P validator, so I know a thing or two about managing keys for validation. So,
sweet, awesome. So we're gonna test that and figure out some of the good, bad, and ugly about managing private keys. So yeah, so the first thing I want to do is look back a little about how it started and figure out some of the basics about what is a mnemonic and stuff. So I thought, Paul, would you explain to us what a mnemonic is?
Oh, yeah, sure. So I'm not sure I can get a textbook definition, but a mnemonic is a series of words, a phrase, say 12 to 24 variable length. I think 24 is the standard in F2. So a bunch of words, easy to remember, supposedly. And then from those words, you can generate any number of validator keys. So there'd be signing keys or withdrawal keys. So the premise is that once you generate this string of words, then you write those string of words down on a piece of paper, and then you use those words to generate your validator keys. Then you put those validator keys on some hardware, on your hot machines, and then you only keep a copy of the mnemonic on paper, so that in the future, if those keys were to be, if those boxes exploded, disappeared, you could use that mnemonic to generate exactly the same keys again.
Sweet. Thank you very much. And I wanted to dig in a little bit. You mentioned withdrawal keys and hot keys. I was wondering, Adrian, could you tell me the difference between them, and do they have to have the same seed phrase?
Yeah, so the hotkeys that we talk about are your validator keys, and they're the ones that you will have used and seen so far in dealing with Ethereum and if you're running a validator. So they're the ones that are on your node, and your validator client has to actually load them into memory. Any kind of secret key that's loaded into memory and hot on a machine is not as secure as something that's locked up in a safe. So they're at a higher risk of being stolen. You still do your best to secure them and secure the machine, obviously. But we wanted to make sure that there's a big difference between those hotkeys that run your validator and sign things and the keys that actually control the money and whether you can withdraw it. So from your mnemonic, by default, you would generate a validator key using one path, and as Paul said, you can generate multiple keys. So from a different path, you get a separate validator key. And it's that validator key that you will use once withdrawals are implemented to set up withdrawals and be able to actually recover your money again. Do they have to come from the same mnemonic? No, they don't. You don't even have to use a mnemonic. You can just generate the keys directly without going through the mnemonic process. But typically, it's a lot easier to back up one mnemonic and not lose it and etch it into steel or whatever it is and store it in a safe well than to have multiple keys that are being managed and able to be lost. Because if you lose your withdrawal key, that's it. It's game over. You're not getting your 32 ETH back.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things we're going to get to a bit further on. So, as you mentioned in the seed phrase thing, a lot of people that are a home staker would have used the ETH2 staking CLI. That set up, one 24-word mnemonic that had both your withdrawal keys and your hotkeys. It's unfortunate we were supposed to have one more panelist, Jim McDonald, and he's done a lot of work in this specific problem. But the reason that this thing is titled "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your mnemonic is because some unfortunate people have had these mnemonics compromised over the last 2 years. And I was wondering if any of you guys wanted to kind of explain what Jim's proposal is for how we kind of straighten this out. But yeah, what is the problem if somebody has your mnemonic?
So basically, if you used the same mnemonic to generate the validator key and withdrawal credentials, which is most home stakers uses, but it's much less often happening for big operations, where it's usually different keys owned by different people. So if it's the same mnemonic was used, so like what is going to happen is that now the malicious person who compromised the key, they can like you're in a race to who can slash the protocol, like slash your validator first, which is if your small validator is not like really big a problem, you stop validation, you get very small fine slashing penalty, and it's not that involved. But withdrawal key compromised means that they can when the validator exits and withdrawals are implemented in Ethereum and protocol upgrades allows to either to get back to execution layer, you're in a race to understand who gets the money. And if you're a small staker, you probably lose the race versus like a crafty adversary.
Sweet. We'll follow up a bit more about that later on in the talk, but I wanted to ask you a bit about Lido Vasily and specifically the withdrawal key setup you guys used at Genesis, so not the most recent one. Could you tell me a bit about like how Lido originally set up with withdrawal keys?
Long story short, the initial, I think about like 15 or 20% of stake that Lido has been deposited on a threshold signature on 0x0 type, if I'm being exact for people who know. Basically, sharded credentials that are shared between 11 people, very well known in the industry, who, when the time comes, when withdrawal is implemented and rotation of withdrawal credentials implemented, they can issue a command to rotate it to the Lido smart contract address.
Sweet.
Yeah, that was like, we coded it for half a year, and we've had a couple audits on it, so like it was like hard to make, because at the time there were no smart contract or like even execution layer credentials option for deposits.
Thank you for teeing me up for my next question, which is to talk a little bit about where things went wrong with the OX0 ones. And there was like basically, well, there's your hotkeys and your withdrawal keys, and there's like two different ones I wanted to touch on where there were problems. The first one is stake.us and the hotkey issue. Does anyone want to explain what happened? It's quite a while ago, it was nearly two years. There were 175 validators slashed because they were running the hotkeys in 2 different places.
I know, but you can go ahead.
You might know the details, and I can provide
yeah.
some
I've read
background.
the postmortem. It's like it's quite simple to understand. So Staked is a big, sophisticated node operator. They run like I think maybe billions, maybe hundreds of millions of stake, a lot of them, and they have sophisticated setups. So like one of the feature they used in multiple protocols was they had implemented something like something that in traditional world would be called like web application firewall. So basically they implemented software that ran between the node and the network, and it should have caught the double sign events. And they implemented for, as far as I understand, for multiple blockchains, including Ethereum, and put it up for the Ethereum validation setup, and ran multiple versions of the nodes with the same private key that were making blocks in parallel, and this was usually caught by the system. I'm not like 100% sure of that, because otherwise it could have been that they accidentally deployed it like to things in parallel, not like as the usual setup. But anyway, they did have an automated system for liveness that at times could have run multiple validators with the same private key, which is usually lead to slashable offense in protocols, including Ethereum. And they had a system to that should have caught the problems, which is like usually people don't do that, like right in node operator setup, because liveness is not as important as safety. Slashing for lack of for missing a few blocks are much lesser than slashing like the penalties for double sign. It's like not worth it usually.
Yeah.
That system didn't work, and they for about like 40 minutes or like about an hour, they had issued blocks in parallel, and they were like really lucky that the Ethereum system is designed like it's designed, because like they had I think about $70 million staked or something like that at this time, and they only slashed like 15 validators or like 27. I don't like really like rookie numbers, right? So and that's the case because not a lot of validators had issued the invalid blocks or attestations, because it's not like you don't run your stake on a single node like in many other systems. Otherwise, they would have like 5% slash or like 15% slash, which is like much higher. Yeah. And only after that, they monitoring and alerting system had triggered. So like they ran this with this problem for a long time. So there had been some problems in there as well.
I think initially you described the setup as sophisticated. I think that was a very kind way to refer to it. I would call it dangerously overcomplicated, but yeah, I agree. I think that these setups where you're running multiple instances of the same key in any place, I think you're really, like Vasily said, you're just prioritizing liveness over safety, and I think it's really bad business. It's not good economically. It's really bad for your reputation. And it's bad for the network as well. So I really couldn't advise against it any stronger.
Yeah, probably the interesting thing, particularly pre-merge, I think is probably a little less likely post-merge now. But pre-merge, you could run validator keys in 2 places and get away with it for a surprising amount of time until you proposed a block or until your node was just slightly out of sync or you just got that little bit unlucky. Because both validators, if you're staying in sync and attesting perfectly, they'll create the exact same attestation, and that's not slashable. So it's incredibly dangerous, and you think you're okay for quite a while until one day you wake up and you've lost all your money. Well, you don't lose it all, but
just a bit of money actually because of how it didn't work. So yeah.
Yeah, I know, but particularly, it's with withdrawals not implemented, it really must be frustrating to have been slashed early on in the chain and still be waiting to get your money back out.
Yeah.
For sure. And then, as you mentioned, slashing, you don't lose all your money. But as we touched on earlier, if there's problems with withdrawal keys, you can be like really in trouble. there was one other very famous issue about 2 years ago as well by Stakehound. Does anyone remember what happened there with their withdrawal keys? I had to go look this up myself beforehand.
Yeah, you might have to give me the background. I remember stories and not names.
No, I also know exactly what happened. Yeah, I read all the postmortem, so yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, Stakehound together with Fireblocks has designed a system not unlike the one that Lido designed, with threshold signature used for holding keys, except it was like much smaller. I think they only had like 3 or 4 signatures, out of which two shards was in possession of Stakehound and 2 shards were possession of Fireblocks. And nobody knows what exactly happened because like the parties have like different interpretation of what happened. But what they end up in a situation when the 2 shares that Stakehound was supposed to hold were not held by Stakehound. And that could have happened, like we don't know why that happened. Like maybe it was like problem on the software side, maybe it was problem on Stakehound side, on communications, on like wrong backups system like that's buried in lawsuits, I think right now. So not sure about that. But the end result is all that stake, about 72 million by, I think
38,000 either.
Yeah, $600 per ADA or something like that. I didn't check if it's operating still or not. Like I think it's operating still because like there can be a miracle. I don't know. Someone
you can always get transaction rewards now.
Yeah. Some kind of like chance that you find like an old mnemonic in the old jacket or something, right? I don't know. But it's essentially unwithdrawable right now.
This is how you wind up with your CEO sifting through the dump, looking for.
Quite possibly, or yeah, going through like any old bit of hardware they can find. But yeah, thank you very much, Vasily, for giving those descriptions and preventing me from having to do it. But yeah, I think we don't necessarily know, what happened, but what we do know is that if anything happens to your withdrawal key, odds are very high that there's nothing you can do. So with that in mind, Genesis happened in December 2020, and about 6 months later or so, there was a change to withdrawal credentials. They introduced the idea of what we know as 0x01 type withdrawal credentials. And does anyone explain what they are?
Yeah, actually know that one, that's good. So the 0x01 withdrawal credentials were introduced because we realized that the way we were going to merge and move forward with Ethereum too was different to what we first expected. So we set up these 0x00 keys as BLS keys, matching what validators have, partly with the expectation of all Ethereum addresses becoming BLS keys, and partly just didn't really know what it was going to be, so we went with the tech we had. With the plans for the merge, keeping the execution layer and keeping the traditional Ethereum addresses, we introduced OX01 addresses, which are just an Ethereum public address. So it's a whole bunch of zeros and then the 20 bytes of a normal Ethereum address, and the guarantee is that when withdrawals are implemented and your money comes off the beacon chain, it will be credited to that address. The catch with it is a minor one, but important depending on how you write your contracts. If you can use any Ethereum address, it can be a contract, but the EVM will not execute when funds are added to that. So if you're expecting log events to come out, they won't. You won't have that opportunity. You need to write the contract in a way that it can kind of just handle being called one day and there being more money in its account than it previously saw, and dole that out and however it wants from there.
Sweet. And then Lido, when this came out, very quickly adopted it. Could you tell me a bit about, what that process was like, the risk of writing a contract for something that doesn't exist yet? How did that kind of process go, and the kind of migration, you might say? Well, there's no migration, but the swap out.
Yeah, so it wasn't too hard actually. Like it's like we have done a stop that is governance controlled, and that stop will be like sometimes like in the future when withdrawals are implemented, it will be upgraded, and when the Ethereum ossifies enough, it will be made unupgradable. So the ossifies as well. So there is like nothing complicated about this, like just a smart contract that is a stub that does nothing except being upgraded. implementing withdrawals, handling withdrawals due to the fact that like you can't know when like you're not getting triggered when Ether comes in is harder. The Ethereum staking protocol is pretty complex, and when you add the liquidity, like liquid staking protocol complexness on top of it, it's pretty hard research to do it just right, but we'll manage. So.
Sweet. Yeah, you make it sound very easy, but I'm not so sure that writing like a proxy smart contract holding, I don't know, $10 billion is super easy. Is that about right, number-wise?
Like it's not harder than writing a contract that holds zero, right? It's just like the stakes are higher.
Yeah.
If you get it wrong, it can be a contract that has zero very quickly.
Sweet.
At some moment, you just become dead inside, like when you work yesterday. So I used to be a CTO for a validator. Like I had like 12 incidents in a year, so.
Yeah, sweet. There's one other withdrawal credential that isn't necessarily in the spec yet, and that's 0x03. Does anyone want to talk about what that withdrawal credential is?
I don't know what that is.
I think you're probably keen on this, but the OX03 is designed to be a forced withdrawal. So at the moment, you actually wind up needing both your hotkey and your withdrawal key effectively to get through the full withdrawal process, because while your validator is active, your 32 ETH remains locked up. You need to exit your validator, and then it can go through the withdrawal process, and that's where the withdrawal key comes in. If, however, you're staking, so you're not staking yourself, you've asked someone else to stake on your behalf, and you've given them your hotkeys, knowing that they can't steal your ETH because you've got the withdrawal keys, not a bad setup. You have one little problem in that you can't force them to exit your validator and actually get your ETH back. And so the OX03 credentials are intended to be a way of the withdrawal credentials being able to force exit a validator effectively. I don't know if you know the details of how that was planned better.
So like there is no more details because like it's all drafts, but I think that 0xx03 credentials are completely unnecessary. They're just a feature that can be added to 0x1. Like the same way, handled this much the same way as deposits to Beacon chain are handled, like just like consensus layer processing messages from execution layer. And it's not even too hard, it's just like needs to be designed and implemented, tested. We are actually working on it right now on design. I don't think it can make it into Shanghai. I'm like, that's probably unrealistic, but like the next hunt after Shanghai is like doable, I think.
The interesting trade-off as a client dev and designing some of these protocols when we're talking about withdrawal processes is trying to be fair with who controls which key and therefore what rights they have. So we've kind of set up this idea that the money will go to whoever has the withdrawal key, and the signing key is in control of actual signing and exit. And every time we go and change that, you wind up with a whole bunch of people in quite unique situations that were built around that particular split of responsibilities. And when you change the split, you've got to kind of make sure that you don't break things for other people or introduce insecurities because of this particular way they've set things up.
I personally don't know anyone who built around that like assumption. So like who is actually relying on the fact that validators can exit and withdrawals cannot? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly reasonable one. That you know, the base assumption is that you are, you know, it's your money, so it's your validator, and you own all the keys. When you start to move away from that into staking providers and so on, you are moving out of the, I guess, ideal case. You know, that there is a role for staking providers. I don't mean that as in, you know, this horrible person on my right or anything. But you know, it does. The onus is almost on people doing that to help with the security and manage it, rather than on the protocol itself, because it's based around that one key, one validator type setup. So yeah, I think it's quite reasonable to make a lot of these changes, and we can kind of push those boundaries. A lot of the actual expectations haven't been really formally and strictly set down either. We've kind of given an expectation in many cases, but knowing that we didn't have actually a plan for withdrawals when we set most of them, we knew there were going to have to be changes. And so there are kind of some really core things maybe that we've got to keep, that, you know, like the money goes to the withdrawal key, not the signing key. It'll never be the signing key that gets the money. But beyond that, yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room we do have.
I had a similar concern. I did mention my background, but I also, like, previously ran quite a large validator and ran maybe 10,000 plus validators. And at one point when they were discussing this, you know, new 0x01 withdrawal type, and you know, that would be the way that ultimately like money will come out. If you are on the OX01, you'll need to like swap eventually before you can withdraw. There was a moment where that was going to be the hotkey that gets to pick where the new OX01 one was. And I was quite concerned because all of a sudden that meant I was in charge of billions of dollars for a small amount of time. And then they were like, okay, no, let's make the withdrawal key make that change. And I think that's definitely for the better. But on that one, I do have a question for the two client devs. When it comes to, like, I don't want to say keeping people happy, but whenever like people have requests of how to build staking, are you always focused on the home staker? Are you always focused on enterprise, liquid staking pool? There's often come into conflict. Like, who are you keeping happy and who are you disappointing?
Paul?
I think Adrian expressed a little bit of that sentiment in his previous one. It's different for everyone, I think. I can't speak for all the client devs. I can't even speak for my entire team. I can speak for myself. I like to prioritize the home staker, I think. I think that's kind of the base instance, if you know what I mean, where kind of all other features are kind of supersets of that. And I also think it sticks with the Ethereum ethos of decentralization as well. But so I would say that making decisions that put the home staker in an uncomfortable position is probably almost always out of the question if it's to benefit the institutional staker. But I would say the other scenario where if we need to benefit the home staker and it's gonna cause troubles for the institutional staker, I would probably be more open to doing that just because I have more resources, there's fewer of them. So ideally, we always want to support everyone. We don't want to just like, you know, do things to disadvantage institutional stakers just because we can. But my personal preference is for the little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a part of that, and almost probably underlying that, is that it tends to be Ethereum that comes first. And those core principles. So Aya's talk this morning was really good in terms of talking about some of those principles behind Ethereum, and decentralization is a key part of that. And so that's why I tend to agree with the home staker tends to come first. They don't have someone advocating for them, and they're the most decentralized form of validation. So yeah, it does mean that there are sometimes those hard decisions that a lot of people would say, you know, it'd be really nice to stake with less ETH, or it'd be really nice to whatever it is. And you look at it and go, but that's really going to hurt the protocol. Like, it's going to cause too much system requirements and hurt decentralization, or it's whatever it is, it's going to reduce security or so on, enable more capture of different things. Those kind of principles mean that we won't always make anyone happy, because it's actually about making Ethereum work well and work well for the long term.
Yeah, to add to that, from my experience, the only one feature that was like for big operators and not for home stakers was actually an advanced key management practices. And like we talked about with Sigma Prime about that, I think before Ethereum made it to beacon chain like start. And that was like pretty unambiguous feature. Like I don't remember like even one case where this interest was in opposite, right? If home stakers can run the node, like big operators can run the node, and all we want is like good practice of key management. And for that, the only thing that is needed is a good standard of remote signer. So like remote signers can be written up, like coded up independently. And that's the only feature that I can think of that is like not usually used by home stakers, but almost always used by big operators. So that's it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the decisions we have to make are good for everyone, and it works out pretty well. The external signer is a really interesting one because it wound up with a niche. It's been used by a number of systems, including DAppNode, to make it easy to swap clients. So you put your keys into the external signer, and it holds them and your slashing protection, and then you can change your validated client and beacon node all you like without ever moving your keys. So home stakers have wound up adopting this technology that was really first built for the big staking providers, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah, the one thing you're describing in terms of where the protocol was changed to favor the home stakers versus the enterprises was probably with MEV boost and blinded beacon blocks. This one, is one that we're probably seeing a lot of people kind of giving out about now, but I think a lot of people don't consider the counterfactual, which was if these were plain text blocks, MEV boost and might not be given to home stakers, and the fear was that if they were excluded from MEV, it would massively impact their reward and would massively harm them. So, we now have this world where people are giving out about centralized relayer censoring, and that was kind of the trade-off of going for the blinded blocks and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely a tricky one, and I sometimes am grateful that I can just ask tricky questions, don't have to actually answer them most of the time. So the next thing I wanted to do a little was look a bit forward on kind of where we're going next in terms of withdrawals. So we talked a lot about the withdrawal credentials, but we haven't really talked much about how it's going to happen, you might say. And I'm going to try and not ask when withdrawals, but can I ask how the withdrawal spec has changed over the last 6 months? We started with kind of a pull-based system, and now we're at push. Do Adrian, Paulie, do you want to talk about why they swapped?
Yeah, I didn't follow it a whole lot whilst in the previous pull method, but I do know how the push method works now, and I think it is a lot simpler. So the method that's going to happen now, well, not going to happen, but it looks like it's going to happen, is a system where the beacon chain automatically, without user input, will scan through the validators and look for validators that are fully withdrawn, and then it'll just pull their ETH out and then put it on the execution chain. And it'll also look for validators who have excess balance above 32 ETH, and then just pull that excess balance out and put it on the execution chain. So this is it's an automatic process where you don't need to go and withdraw ETH. You just kind of end up with money in the smart contract, which I think is really, really nice. I think it's really good for users because it means they're signing less weird messages. I know anyone who runs a validator could probably empathize, but the idea of having to go and touch the keys on my validator client or do something with my validator client apart from just leaving it alone is just terrifying and it's horrible. So I think it's really good to be able to just have it happen automatically. Yeah, there's going to be, I don't know if so there's going to be a complication though, and it goes around these two types of withdrawal keys we have. So it's been mentioned there's the 0x00 keys, which is a BLS withdrawal key, and then which was like Adrian said, we did that in the early days because we didn't know what we were going to do. And then there's the 0x01 where we don't have a BLS key, we just have an Ethereum address. So if you're on a 0x01 Ethereum address, then this automatic withdrawal system is just gonna work for you. It's just like when the hard fork happens, you're gonna start getting some fresh ETH. But if you're with the BLS keys, what you're gonna have to do is go and dig up your withdrawal keys from wherever you put it, and then you're gonna need to use some sort of tooling to sign a message to say, okay, I'm now moving away from this BLS key that I'm proving that I have, and I'm switching over to an Ethereum address, 0x01 type, and then the automatic withdrawals can kick in. So yeah, I think it's a shame that we have to do this. We have to make, I would say, most users go and sign this message, but I think it's unavoidable. But then after that, it'll all kind of happen automatically. So knowing that is very much in the pipeline and looking like it's going to happen, where I know Lighthouse is starting to implement it. I think Deku is. Lots of the clients are keen on it. I would say if you're creating a new validator today, I would be using 0x01. I would be using an ETH address. I think it's going to make your life a lot easier. And I think just managing Ethereum addresses is much easier than managing BLS keys, just because we've already got Trezors and everyone's familiar with it. So.
Yeah, one really important point is that once you have switched to an OX01 key, once you've got an Ethereum address, whether you started with it or whether you switched through this new system, that's it. You can't change it again. And there's concerns around that because people want to change it, but generally the reason you'd want to change it is because you've gone and lost the key to that, or you've typed in the wrong address or something. Don't make that mistake. It's like transferring money to that address, right? It's gone. There is no way to get it back if you don't control the key. Because, as we talked about before, it's the withdrawal key that has to own the money. So if you tell us that OX00000, the null address, owns your ETH, well, now it does. And you're not going to get it back. And there's really very little we can do about that. Well, there's nothing we can do about that.
For sure. I think we're going to see a lot of work, and there was actually a talk by a testant just briefly beforehand where it's now that we can have like Solidity contract addresses, you can program your like change of ownership in there and not like with some cryptography or any sort of like multi-sig or anything too weird.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a big part of the reason that we've gone with such a simple approach to withdrawals. We don't need to do anything fancy on the consensus layer side because you've now got the full power of the EVM to work with things and have upgradable contracts or split contracts or all kinds of things there that let you have this behavior. So think hard about what address you set as your withdrawal address. I would say for most home stakers, it should be something like from your Tracor, your hardware wallet that is very safe and very secure and simple. Keep it simple. You don't need to do anything fancy. And then, staking providers will use something that is a contract and probably upgradable, so they've got some control over it. And then there's a range of people in the middle where you think about what your needs are and possibly use a very simple contract that could be upgraded but could also just kind of hold the funds and send them to you.
For sure, yeah. I think you've touched on one of the things that will show up over the next few years, and this is the EVM having more control over the consensus layer. Because as you pointed out, right now, you write an address and money will show up, but like no code's going to execute, and that's about it. How do you think that's going to change, and what is the EVM, I don't know, consensus layer API going to look like in 3 years' time?
I'm really hoping it doesn't ever get a say. I'm really hoping this stays a one-way thing from the consensus layer pushing to the Ethereum layer or to the execution layer because it's dramatically simpler. To get the EVM to call out to the consensus layer is a big deal and a really big challenge. We've kind of done it with deposits, and it's the worst code in any consensus client is tracking those deposits, and we want to simplify it now we've merged. But there isn't a generic system for passing messages from the EVM back to the consensus layer, and it's a big deal to try and design it.
Yeah, definitely no writes, but reads, hopefully.
I hope that the consensus layer can start to push some information about itself into the EVM so that you can, do proofs into beacon state roots. But I'm with Adrian. Yeah, I wouldn't. Going the other way it would be very painful.
For sure, yeah. Definitely don't want to go the other way. But as you said, being able to read things about the consensus layer, I think is going to become very important. Because one of the things that we look at with all of the liquid staking pools is, for the last 2 years, these were two totally separate chains, and there was like no information passed. Even still, post-merge, there is still more or less no information being swapped. But all of these pools more or less have oracles to say what's happening over in the consensus layer side. And I want to take the chance maybe to talk to Vasily a little bit about how does exits work for something like Lido? Because you guys are, a liquid staking token, and you're soon going to be able to offer redemptions for the first time, but the redemption queue is very bandwidth constrained. So how does that work for Lido trying to allow people to exchange their ST ETH for real ETH at some point, in the near future? What's that going to look like?
Yeah, so we haven't settled on the final design yet. So what I'm talking about is the work in progress solution, right? It's almost ready though for like presentation and voting in for the DAO, etc. But the gist of it, the best solution we can do is to reflect the withdrawal queue on the execution layer. We looked at multiple different approaches, like auctions for the place in the queue, some kind of buffers for withdrawals, etc., etc. And it all, I think, is like strictly inferior to allowing people to place their request to withdraw, and we put them in a queue on the beacon chain, and withdrawal happens, and they get their withdrawals when the time in the queue passes. So that's probably going to be. It's pretty complicated because there are multiple asynchronous processes happening. Like the withdrawal requests, the Oracle reports about what happens on the beacon chain. Like you said, right? Lido needs information what's happening on the beacon chain, and we can't get in real time. It's just impossible, right? So Oracle requests, slashing side, like we haven't had any in our lifetime in Lido, but like if it happens, it's like 35 days process at least. And somewhere in the middle, it has an uncertain amount of slashing penalty, which no one knows like until it happens how much it's going to be, because it's like depends on the amount of slashings that like are accumulated up to this point. So when you combine all this asynchronous process and you need to like give people exactly the amount they need to get, it's becoming a pretty complex protocol. But in fair weather, it's just the same queue as on consensus layer, reflected on execution layer as like basically vouchers for the place in the queue.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think you're not going to be the only one that's going to have a lot of pain with these withdrawal queues very soon, because everyone just thinks withdrawals. No one thinks withdrawal queue. And that actually leads me a bit to the like balance skimming. This is another thing that Jim, our like fifth panelist, is very like in favor of, which is if you don't have any way to take the money above 32 Ether that's accumulated, all of the big liquid staking protocols will just start to churn their validators, take off the 3 Ether off the top and like set up a new one, and the queues will be like perpetually full because why don't you just like go and like kind of skim and restake? Can anyone tell me a bit about what skimming is going to look like, because it's also changed a bit in the last few weeks?
Yeah, it's a very similar process to what Paul described in terms of scanning through the validators, and just it magically happens. It's pushed from the consensus layer. The key thing is that there will be a limit to the number of validators we scan each epoch to look for whether you've got money over that 32 ETH that could be pushed to the execution layer. The reason for that is that we've got to fit it into blocks. And it's like another Ethereum transaction that goes into a block, but we're not charging gas for it. It just happens, and so we kind of have to have a rate limiting on it to make sure that we're not effectively just blowing up our block limit, and execution clients are able to process these blocks in a reasonable amount of time. So I think it's something like every 2 months we get round the validator set, but I don't think the numbers are at all set. So yeah, those numbers in particular are going to go through some research and seeing what the impact is on execution clients of this many or that many deposits. But it means that fairly regularly, and it'll be in that order of a low number of months, I think, that we're aiming for generally, fairly regularly, whatever you've got over the 32 ETH gets swept to the execution layer. So you start getting your rewards on top of the transaction rewards you're getting when you propose a block now.
I was going to say, I think it's really good because the idea of a validator, so a validator would say 33 ETH, exiting, taking an ETH, putting 32 back in, is really bad for consensus clients, because that extra validator slot, they cost us. We have to store that validator forever. It's more in RAM. Yeah, it's really bad. So the ability for people to take their earnings without creating a new validator index is really good for the protocol.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of people, Jim, I think, leading the charge, being very vocal of you've got to have partial withdrawals before, at the same time as withdrawals. And as core devs, we try not to promise things until we're sure. But I think all of us knew that was absolutely right, and there was no way that we could manage the impact on the chain of these churning validators if we didn't have partial withdrawals.
There is also an economic aspect of it. If there were no skimming of rewards, then the big the big stake controllers like protocols, exchanges, whales, etc., they would get a lot of leg up against small stakers because they can afford to compound and small stakers can't. Like it's very hard to them. So yeah, it's very right move to make it like skimming rewards a thing. The slight drawback of this is working against the protocols like staking protocols, because you can't really understand if the money you're getting on the withdrawal credentials comes from rewards or comes from unstaking. And you need to know that because like rewards you have to redistribute to stakers, and unstaking is like something like someone withdrawing, something gone wrong, or like maybe slashing happened, like you need to work on it different. But it's anyway much better than the alternative.
Yeah, I'll also echo it makes much more sense from the compounding thing, but as someone trying to write like Solidity to keep track of something, you now don't know, was this a very bad slashing or was this a skim? So it is a bit tricky like that. I've just one more question before we go to the audience for a few, so have a think of anything you want to ask the panel here. But when the Capella hard fork comes in and we have this OX0 to OX1 upgrade, how messy do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be over in 2 blocks and it's going to be 10 people? Is it going to be 50,000 validators?
I suspect, I mean, probably the majority of validators on the network, BLS credentials that will need to switch. I don't think there'll be a huge rush. I think there'll be, the initial burst, and very likely what will happen is you will submit it and operation pools in clients will actually be full and it'll probably get dropped from the network. And it just won't make it onto chain at all, and you'll need to submit it again. So we'll kind of have to work through the usability of that, because if there is a big rush, it's more than we'll keep in the memory pool, basically. But I think generally it will be over time, because people have got to get their withdrawal keys out. It's something you should take your time and do safely and not rush in the first instant. And once it's done, it's over. So it's fairly one-off.
Yeah, I think we'll have to think a lot about the tooling to make it easy for people as well. I know the staking, I was talking to Carl from the EF, Carl Beek, and he was saying that it's likely that the staking deposit CLI tool will have the tooling to allow you to do it. And I think it'll be a little bit easier, because the staking deposit CLI now kind of like makes a bunch of files for you, and then you need to point your validator at those files. And that's kind of annoying in my opinion. And I think now that the APIs have evolved, hopefully what we can do with the staking deposit CLI will, like, you can just input your mnemonic and then tell it where a beacon node is, or even like a public node, and then just have it publish it out to it like that. But it'll be a little bit scary because you have to touch some crypto stuff, but I'm hoping that it'll be okay. And I think I'm keen, I know Adrian would be keen as well, to try and make it nice and smooth for people.
Yeah, and I would expect there'll be an offline option of that as well, so you can generate a file of your switch command, the operation, that you can then put on a USB stick, take over to a hot thing, and then send to a public beacon node.
Yeah, you could probably upload it to the file to a web page or something like that.
Yeah, very likely, and it's already pre-signed, so it can't be changed. It's not a risky thing. It's just like something you move up.
Yeah, my estimation is about 200,000 validators will rotate as soon as humanly possible, like as safely possible. The reason is, I know about Lido, we have about 50,000, and every extra second is an extra risk on this credential. We don't want to do that. We won't overload the network, of course, but as soon as humanly possible, we do it. It's very important. And about, I think, 150, 200,000 of operators are on BLS credentials that are managed by exchanges. And these exchanges, they want to pay their rewards as soon as possible again, and convert it to liquid stake and derivatives for custodial, Coinbase does with CBETH. So that's going to happen also very fast. The protocols and custodian that aggregate user stake, they will, and haven't rotated, they will rotate. They will rotate as soon as possible, because basically, BLS 0x00 credentials are as useful as a potato. The only thing you can do with them is exit or rotate, and that's just not right.
Yeah, no, I'm aligned there, and I do think everyone will go and upgrade at a relatively leisurely pace. But the likes of the Lidos on the old ones, and I built block daemons, and they're on OXO keys, but the withdrawal keys are totally separate to the hotkeys. So I don't think they're as big a concern. But I unfortunately do think, and there've been people that have been posting on forums admitting to this, that they have their hotkey and their validating key on the same mnemonic, and they left that on their validator machine or something similar, and that's been compromised. And the problem is I think there's at least 10, if not a bit more. Jim has probably good data on it. But when Capella goes live, for those first couple blocks, there will be an awful amount of MEV on the table for, there'll be 2 people that can hook it up to a bot and just say, we need our transaction in first, and we want to change this to our OXO Wednesday or the other. and I am of the opinion that I think it'll only be 10 minutes, but I do think there'll be 10 minutes of 100 ETH MEV blocks and stuff.
Yeah, it is purely first in, best dressed as well on that. There are proposals for, a governance process to select it. And
yeah.
I can understand the concerns, but it's not the way it works. If it's not your keys, it's not your crypto. And once someone else has your keys, they have your crypto. And it's really hard.
10 is sad, but it's not structural. It's not that. Like, it's terrible it's already here, but 10 people in 400,000.
For sure, yeah. No, I totally align there, but yeah, I do think it'll be a dramatic time, and I'll breathe a lot easier if, like, 2 months after withdrawals, nothing major has gone on, and no one who's compromised thousands of keys, like, shows up or something. People ask me, am I relaxed yet? I'm like, no, I'll be relaxed when withdrawals are finished, I think.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to hear those stories when you're doing user support.
For sure. I'd like to open this up to the audience now with our last couple of minutes. Does anyone have any questions? I see for around. Do we have microphones down there, or do I have to hand mine out?
Thank you so much, guys. That was really informative. For a home staker who might not be sure if their withdrawal keys are compromised or not, what's the thing that you should watch? I'm guessing the switch that you're talking about from the BLS to the ZRX. So that's they'll have to watch some sort of a wallet. I'm guessing Beacon Chain, the website, like wherever. There'll be different tools, but like, what are the steps that you should watch that to know that whether you're in control or you're not? And what else can you do, if at all anything?
So for now, you sit tight, but keep an eye on the development and client releases. There will be documentation around what you need to do to switch from the BLS keys to the OXO1, the ETH address, and you need to be in first. So you'll want to know what that is, those instructions are, go through the process of creating an offline file and know how you'd upload it to your client. Probably the REST APIs will be available ahead of time, so practice it, and it'll just go nowhere before the fork activates. And then be ready once the fork activates, be the first to hit the button and send it in. You can then check something like Beacon Chain and see the validator, and you can see the withdrawal credentials there, and then you'll see which address it came up as.
And so once that switch happens, then you're, let's say you did that, then you're safe. Like after that, the previous keys that you might have.
So if your mnemonic was stolen and it's used to derive your staking key as well, your signing key, I'd exit immediately as well.
Right.
But focus on getting the ETH1 address, because the worst they can do is slash you. Once you can get withdrawals, exit so they can't slash you either, and get your money back, and you can do a new validator then.
Makes sense.
I'm always cautious of these questions because I imagine that you're actually a hacker trying to figure out how to steal someone's app. I'm sure you're a lovely guy, but I'm on to you.
Or it's the other way around where I'm shit scared of,
I think we're out of time.
It's all
yeah,
right.
so I can't thank us, but yeah, thanks to everyone for being on this panel, and thanks for everyone for listening.
Folks, yeah.
It's been great fun.
Feel free to reach out to me after the panel.
Amazing, thank you so much. So in a few minutes, we're going to have DAOs and biomimicry with Simona Pop. So see you later. Well, now we're going to talk about DAOs, our biomimicry, with Simona Poap.
She does also have a POAP.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I hope you have one.
Hola, todos y todas. Because I prepared this yesterday for Shelling Point, and because it was so tense, I forgot all about it. So, hi, welcome. We're going to chat about biomimicry and DAOs, because I wish I had all the plans that I had yesterday at Shelling Point to kind of flank me, because this is all going to be about that vibe. So, obviously, we're all here, we all love technology, we all love doing things very kind of, well, not always removed from nature, but I think we tend to forget just how much experience nature has. In fact, 3.8 billion years of kind of research and development when it comes to being sustainable, when it comes to being resilient, when it comes to actually withstanding a hell of a lot of stuff. And then sometimes we kind of, you know, we are humans, we have a little bit of a touch of arrogance that we go, actually, we know better than that, right? Well, maybe we don't. So biomimicry, for everybody who is just getting familiar with the concept or is hearing about it for the first time, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are already really, really into it, like myself, is this emulation of the models, systems, and elements of nature and how we may apply them to solving complex human problems. Because let's remember, we are also part of nature and part of the ecosystem that is the broader ecosystem, not the Ethereum one, which is also part of the ecosystem, so you know. So then, by proxy, just to kind of land this parallel with biomimicry and DAOs is, what are DAOs? They're these networks of humans organizing, I mean, you kind of know, but this is, you know, it drives it home that actually complex flow networks in nature and DAOs are really not that dissimilar. And there's a big, big correlation between them, because this is a network and it does interact with each other, with the different nodes that are part of it, and it functions because of that. So complex flow networks, they exist everywhere, right? From the small to the broad in biology. And we know this because we keep looking at things like mycelial networks and all of that, but really they're everywhere, right? In every kind of ecosystem, big and small. And so in these networks, these connections between those nodes, between the components, and the interactions in the activities and states is what makes them function or not. And, and so similar to DAOs, these interactions between cells, organisms, emerge from a predefined set of rules, right? And we saw earlier DAOs, they are kind of connected because created upon a set of rules. And then the decentralized process of self-organization, because really there is no one unique cell that overrules them all, right? So that is in itself decentralization. It's that interaction and those activities between those nodes and between those components that actually makes the system work. And so here, what we're really looking at in this kind of conversation of where biomimicry and DAOs might intersect, might benefit DAOs from biomimicry is what complex flow networks feature that we can mimic, and then how can we be great nodes in that network, right? So you have the individual and you have the collective, always. They cannot be without each other. Because nature, as we've seen, 3.8 billion years, kind of makes that clear. So the bionetwork mimicry, we have these clusters, so nodes exist in clusters, and it's all about that inter-cluster and cross-cluster communication. And as we know again from DAOs, we definitely have to get that right because, you know, we're definitely in the process, and yesterday we were talking about this at Shelling Point in panels. there's definitely work, a lot of work to be done there, right? And it's fine. We're in the process of hopefully getting it right. Plasticity, this is very, very important. Parts of the network react faster than others, and that is okay. You do not have to have the same speed of reaction, the same speed of interaction between all of them. And wanting to do that is just gonna set you up for, not failure, but just like it's gonna be hard. Let's make things less hard for ourselves. And then feedback loops. So any deviation in balance in an ecosystem will be corrected by this feedback loop, because it will always create this balance of the opposite response to get it back on track. So that's the bio-network. Then the node mimicry, uniqueness, diversity breeds strength and resilience. Always. Remember that. Let's stop homogenizing everything. And this is something that drives me crazy, is that we keep wanting at the level that we're in now, where we have done a lot of work and we've kind of made a lot of successful strides in our mission to make this a reality. We get to this point where we want to get the corporate model and let's make it all fit in a tiny little box. Let's stop doing that. That's not good. Coordination is everything. Connecting and collaborating with other nodes is key. Again, in my mind, authentic self-interest is increasing connection, not competition. Coordination, everything. And then balance. The strong and weak connections. Again, it is okay that some nodes aren't as strongly connected to others, and that's fine. And making sure that we essentially enable the environment for that to be true is very, very important for us to have a healthy network, a healthy ecosystem. Because balance is not a static condition. So getting to this point where, as we've seen, keeping everything in, let's say, not in line, but keeping everything within a good rapport with the other means this. It is a constant dynamic state made of adjustments. We, again, in the DAO space, it's okay to change things as we notice that things are not necessarily working or are not necessarily getting us to where we need to be. We need to be in that motion. We need to be in that engaged equilibrium to be very aware of what we're doing and what we're kind of balancing out. And again, speaking of balance and bringing it back to nature, this is what nature does naturally. It has this window of optimum viability that exists in the middle of diversity, aka resilience, interconnectivity, and efficiency. It's in the middle that the sweet spot is. That's where it lies. Excess resilience, of course, gives us stagnation. Think of a forest where it's too much, nothing more can grow. But efficiency, extreme efficiency, leads to collapse. You're making things brittle when you make it too efficient. Think of a like we reforestation and then we plant things in neat little rows and then you light a match and it all goes like versus a jungle, you set a match, it will probably not advance as far, right? Why? Because there's diversity. Because there's tall and short and this and that and a variety of species. What we do when we get to the diversity and all of that, we go straight to efficiency, completely bypassing the middle, completely bypassing the balance. Think austerity, that's what that is. We have a crash, we have like some sort of unstable situation, we go, shit, we need to streamline this immediately because, you know, that's what we've always done. Well, that is unnatural. This is the sweet spot. The window of optimum viability is in the middle. So then what can we do with this dynamic of, okay, nature is like that. We're trying to build these things that are essentially, hopefully, going to replace a lot of what we have now and hopefully get us into a better place. We have to emulate, get that ethos of balance and of diversity and efficiency sweet spot in the middle, and then reconnect. And the emphasis, again, is on learning and emulating these regenerative solutions and hopefully translating them into this new economic system that we're trying to build. Because without it, and without first unlearning, actually, learning, yes, but we first need to unlearn everything that we've kind of had drummed into us for so long, that it has to be that way, and it has to be this way, and it has to be efficient, and it has to cut out this and cut out that, and cut out diversity, and everything is homogenized. We have to unlearn that and look into, again, what is always around us and what is always out there, which is the balance, which is the fact that diversity and uniqueness and collaboration and coordination are the things that make it run. And we talk about sustainability so much, yet again, it's never going to work. It's never going to work unless we understand that the way things are built is unnatural right now. And we can do, like, can have all sorts of targets and whatever. It is not going to happen. And it starts with the monetary system, but you know, we're talking about DAOs. And then what I suggest that we take and learn and bring into the DAO ecosystem, into our crypto complex flow networks, are patterns, behaviors, and habits. This is one of the things, and it's my view. It doesn't mean that it's right. But I think creating patterns, behaviors, and habits will help us have a baseline, almost like a skeleton, almost like the flow of veins that we have in our bodies, right? Have that baseline that we can build upon that. And we can add flesh to it, and we can like add movement, and add different environments, or behave and adapt to different environments. But I believe that we should maybe have this baseline skeleton. Because then what happens is we can start looking at things not from a perspective of how can we make this as efficient as possible, but rather, how can we make this move and exist in the healthiest way for the organism? And what role does each node part play in its well-being? Because, and this is Janine Benia, she's the mother of biomimicry. When we look at truly sustainable models, the only one that has worked for so long is the natural world. And I think, again, it's so easy to get carried away because we're constantly in this flow of more what can we do with more tooling? Yes, let's put more tooling in. Let's do this, let's do this. But why don't we just look and understand how maybe the information should flow? Who should it touch? How should people interact with each other? How should different clusters, work streams, whatever we want to call them, how should they interact with each other? Should they have weak or strong connections? Is it okay that that one doesn't interact with the other? And stop and move away from this pattern that has gotten us so used to, and it is the corporate model, that everything has to run exactly the same. Everybody has to behave exactly the same. It is not a reality, and it's not a natural state. And that's the thing that maybe we can take pause, and I always say this, and I said it yesterday at Shelling Point, that intention and setting that intention and figuring out how we approach this, not from a streamline efficiency, let's replicate the old stuff, not fall into too much diversity because we saw that that causes stagnation. Where is the optimum window of viability when we talk about DAOs and what we're building? And this doesn't just apply to DAOs. It applies to the monetary system, it applies to everything, or what we're proposing with replacing the current monetary model. I think just pause and looking at what has worked and looking at what we can do is important, in my view. You may not agree, but maybe you do. And that's it. So I spoke really fast. I've got like 10 minutes to go, so if there are questions, let me know. Yes? How does it feel to be a good node? Personal experience? So I think, I mean, it's great. So I think that mindfulness and being mindful, I think that's where it all starts. And I think, again, one of the, well, I already started telling you guys what annoys me, so let's continue. So one of the things that essentially irks me about a lot of people coming into this ecosystem now, and we've seen this before during bull markets, this is what happens, is that people come in without a sense of humility approaching something new. And I remember when I got started, what is it now, 5 years, whatever, long ago, I was so in awe of what the potential of this was that I wanted to be very mindful in doing anything, putting anything out there, or using this technology to do something meaningful and impactful and moving things towards something that is a better health for the ecosystem and for the world. My intention was always, how can this make things better? And I think that intention is really, really important, because that will define what you're aiming for, what your project is aiming for, how you influence it, because again, the agency with great with great power comes great responsibility. And that is true. The agency that we all have and the power that we all have, that is very, very powerful. And having the right intention, make sure that the communication is better. Make sure that you understand that that should not necessarily move like this, or should not necessarily be based on patterns that existed before, but rather on patterns that will make it better. And keeping yourself in check on that all the time. And it's so tiring to do that, which is why so many people don't do that, and why I'm so fucking tired. But it's a big thing to try to do that, and that's an exercise, and it's important, and it's good to do that. Again, in my view. Any other questions? Yeah.
So I have a yoga DAO, and I have the vision of creating a wellness metaverse so we can have a global yoga studio for yoga and meditation teachers. Onboarding the yoga community is not easy under the umbrella of pushing them into a Web3 space because they are reasonably tech resistant. Any suggestions? Thank you.
So, well, now, this is comfortable actually. So,
we can sit in meditation seat, it's totally cool.
So, it's tough, and I understand it and I get it, but then again, I think it's so based on what we've been used to and the patterns of behaviors that we've almost been accustomed to because of the way it's been, right? And we also have, okay, let me start with a much more philosophical tidbit. Any change involves loss. People aren't afraid of change, they're afraid of loss. And going from what you're used to something new involves you letting go of what was. And that in itself, and that will vary wildly and widely between people, right? And different people looking at things from different ways. You saying that reminds me of one of my favorite projects, and I remember it so well, and I miss it. We did a cleanup in the Philippines at the end of 2018. And we onboarded a group of fishermen in Manila Bay onto mobile wallets at the end of 2018. And it was weird, and it was hard, and it was an interesting feat in educating from a baseline of we earn money this way, but we could earn it like this and tap into a whole new pool of resource. But we're a community that has done this for generations, and now you're suggesting that we do this from in a completely different way, from a completely different angle. But guess what? Some of those guys ended up doing other tasks and earning more crypto once they were onboarded. It all just takes a little nudge, and actually the super simple solution for you is learning by doing is the best way. Give them something. Give them something to do and show them how much more it could do. Easiest thing, proof of concept, show and tell. The wisdom is so simple. Anyway, but yeah, give them something to do and show them. Figure out something very easy that they can do, and then, you know, maybe they'll hate it, but you'll know. Yeah. Anybody else? Yes.
So you've been talking a lot about information and communication, and a lot of the information for sustainability in nature is like sunlight and environmental, like are there predators around? So what does that type of information look like for DAOs, and how do we communicate it?
Are you asking me who the sunshine in DAOs is?
Yeah.
You're looking at it now.
Of course.
So I think, but that's again, something that you just map out, right? And it's okay that we don't know yet. I think to figure out how things flow and again, how things interact with each other is the mapping process. Right now, we're at a stage where it's almost like we're defining and we're finding out what those things are. And we're understanding what the relationships are, because actually identifying what the elements are is always and most importantly followed by what the flow, what the interactions are between them. Because like if you think of a lab and you do a culture of something, right? You want to grow some sort of bacteria or whatever it is that you want to grow. You have to create an environment for it. You have to create a soup of things for it to grow. Now, if it doesn't grow, it means that you messed up the soup. The ingredients aren't in the right quantities, they do not interact well with each other, and they affect the organism. And they make it grow misshapen or kill it. Identifying what the balance is of that soup is what we need, and this is what we all need to figure out what that is. What's the quantity of this? What's the quantity of that? How does that interact with that? Will they have like an explosive reaction? Or will they complement each other? And that, honestly, that analogy of the lab is the easiest thing to kind of wrap around. And analogies are the best way to navigate all of this, because otherwise you're like, wait, what? How the hell are we going to do this? But it's that. It's what are the ingredients and how they interact with each other. Is it going to be explosive and destructive, or is it going to be nurturing and productive? Again, in my opinion. Yes.
So you gave the example of like mycelial networks, and I think the closest parallel that we've created to that, I think, is like the internet. And if you look at mycelium and what kind of things it does in nature, the three main things, like one is like information communication, so like sending signals, like stress signals between organisms and stuff, like they get sent along these mycelial networks. And we kind of got that with the internet, you know, being this like global information network. The second purpose is like distributing like resources or like, you know, carbon, so trees, a lot of the energy they get from photosynthesis actually goes back through the mycelial networks to other organisms in exchange for something else. So there's like a value exchange network through this mycelial network. And then we got that with Ethereum. now we can have a global network of value exchange. The third thing that mycelial networks do that we haven't really figured out, or it hasn't manifested in any way, is decomposition. Mycelial networks are the way in which things that die get decomposed, and the nutrients of those things get redeployed back into the system. And that process is how nature has kind of iterated and evolved and improved, and how there's no concept of waste in nature. Waste is a human invention. Everything in nature kind of decomposes and gets recycled and reused. So I'm wondering, do you have any ideas or thoughts on what that could look like in DAOs, and
which bit? The decomposition?
Yeah, decomposition. If we did information distribution with internet and value distribution with Ethereum, what's the next thing that gets us to decomposition?
I'll try to keep this for you because I have 30 seconds, 29, no. So I'll just count it down and not say anything. But I think the easiest thing there is things don't make it. They just don't. Not everything, it's such a natural flow that some things will die and most things will die. But what do you get? The nutrient, the learning, that can be the nutrient that you take out of it. And then in a new organism, you apply that. And you make it better, and you make it more resilient. And that's the evolution of it, right? Because it learns what it's adapting to and what it does and how it then uses it to thrive. And what killed that other organism may make this one thrive because you're applying it in a different way, and maybe you were just changing one small thing and then it makes it. Like that soup in the lab. You change one tiny thing and maybe then the organism thrives. And the other thing that I was going to say about the internet, and I know that I'm over time, is right now what we have with the internet is that it is not intentional. People have to participate in it, right? They have to. In the beginning, people wanted to. Now you have to. And what that does is it removes responsibility from the equation. And I was just watching the Snowden keynote at the ZK House. He said this: if you're in a mall, you don't really care about cleaning up after yourself. You don't have that instinct of responsibility because you're there because you have to shop for something or whatever, and then you go away. The agency, and bringing back the agency to the people who make up the network, who are the nodes, maybe that's what helps also in the organism thriving. So yeah, that's it. Woo. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Simona. For sure, there's a lot of stuff to figure out about human coordination, but thank you. I really like your point of view. Thank you so much. So in a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about the future of Web3 UX. So see you in 4 minutes. Thank you. Perfect. So here we have Sasha Tanasi. Woo!
Hi.
Yeah. She's going to share to us the future of Web3 UX. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. That's not okay. These are my speaker notes.
Do we have UI UX designers here? Woo.
But I'm putting like presenter view.
Hey guys, how are you? So we're having some technical issues. Give me 2 minutes and we'll figure it out, all right? Thank you for waiting. We have Sasha here. It's going to be a great talk, so prepare yourselves.
When you
Okay, so we can unplug. We can unplug it, and you guys can present it from there. Yeah,
Okay.
and I can read it from my laptop, and I will use the clicker to go through the slides. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. We have encountered some issues, but as designers and researchers, we are accustomed to this. Basically, we have iterated. So, I am Sasha Tanase. Good to see so many new faces. I am a product designer and a researcher. I am one of the co-founders of the Web3 UX user research panels, and I am leading the UX design and UX research for the Threshold Network, which was formerly known as Keep Network and NewCipher. I am also part of the team who's building TBTC, which is the first fully decentralized Bitcoin to Ethereum bridge. I like to say about my job that is to transform extremely complex products into palatable bits. I've been designing for around 10 years now, and I've been in the Ethereum space since 2018. My goal is to make explorative research part of all of the Web3 products. Yeah. Okay, so today's talk is about a new collaboration flow between designers, developers, and business developers. It's a critique brought to the way things are currently handled. We'll try to go together over what could be the issues of the present building process, how they affect the product lifecycle, and we will explore how might we collaborate better from the start and how to be more inclusive. Today's talk is an open conversation. Hopefully this subject will set the wheels in motion. And I would be happy to hear any ideas, suggestions on how we better the proposed approach. Okay. So, the future of Web3 UX. Why do we even talk about this? Is there an issue? So, anecdotally, 70% of the user experience of a Web3 protocol or dApp is dictated by the smart contract. Smart contracts are usually not upgradable, so the experience should be flawless from the start. If you're not familiar with how this could be translated to, then the user experience in Web3 is made of the entire user flow and user journey, the number of transactions until the goal is reached, which in Web2 e-commerce means the number of clicks, the gas spent by the users, and the displayed information. So, what is the current UX situation in Web3? The products are extremely complex and difficult, and the development teams are more focused on solving the problems which are localized at the smart contract. And there are many levels in between the smart contract and the user. So this is what's happening. The development team meets, decides how the protocol or dApp will work. They write the smart contract, and afterwards, they send it to the audit. Usually, there are multiple audits done, in average 2 to 4. And after the code has been audited and fixed, the development team decides to bring the design to the table. So basically, design is brought when all the user journeys, all the user interactions, all of the interaction experience has been set in stone and there is no way to go back at this point. So there is a tendency for technology to lead the product versus the other way around. This means that there is a high likelihood of over-engineering, and unfortunately, UX becomes a byproduct. Tech people do not have the priority to put themselves in the user's shoes, which is not really an issue unless the entire experience depends on them. So this is the current flow, and let's check what are the downsides of this flow. So the teams are siloed, which means there is zero collaboration. Any findings from research, design research, that require redesigning the experience is impossible because the smart contract has been audited and fixed, so there is no turning back. Design can improve the experience only by adding explanations and UX writing gimmicks. Design, unfortunately, can only cosmetize the product. It cannot fundamentally improve the experience. Product building time is longer because everything is cascading. And onboarding and retention of new Web3 users is low due to the unfortunate and clunky experience and steep learning curve. So we learned why most of the UX resides in the smart contract. We learned the current situation in the Ethereum product building and the issues of the current flow. So how might we improve the state of Web3 UX? So first of all, we all need to be open-minded and flexible to replace our common behaviors. This means stepping out of our comfort zones by changing this beaten track. The deliverable is the user-facing product, not the technical, not the smart contract, not the backend product. So having a goal, a target to get to, a desired ideal outcome is a great place to start from. So this is not the product. This is the product. So let's try to find out about a different way of thinking. First of all, I would like to start from a process that has been proven to work very well. This is the double diamond process, the double diamond which was popularized by the British Design Council in 2005. This process is based on a diverge-converge process developed by the linguist Bella Banati. This methodology suggests that a product process should have 4 phases: discovery and definition, which together make the explorative and divergent phase, and then development and delivery, which together make the iterative and convergent phase. So explorative design helps us do the right thing. Iterative design helps us do the thing right. This is my mantra, and I think this should become everybody else's mantra. So what could be a flow that respects the 2 important phases in a product development cycle, and it can also respond to the Web3 environment needs? So this is a product flow I am proposing that follows the explorative and iterative phases, and which I believe would definitely improve a lot the Web3 product development. So let's break it down. So in the explorative divergent phase, everyone is brought to the table from the start: design, development, and business. A designer will facilitate stakeholder interviews, and each team will map out their requirements. The user needs, technical constraints, business goals, they are all considered and taken into account. User journeys are created based on each team's insights and requirements: EVM constraints, security issues, user needs, pain points, KPIs, and business requirements. All of these elements are incorporated in a high-level user journey map that will mark each step a user needs to take in order to achieve their desired goal. The user journeys assumed needs and pain points are probed in explorative research by speaking to real people. This is a very impactful moment in the process, since we are moving from merely assuming things to actually spending time and observing the people who will in the end use our products. So in this step of the process, we're testing our ideas, and this may be the moment in which we might need to pivot. We might find out that maybe this is not the way to go. So afterwards, all of the unearthed insights and findings will be incorporated into the new user journeys. So research has been conducted, assumptions have been probed, findings had been incorporated into the new user journey, and all of the stakeholders have validated them. Now the iterative phase can start. So the new user journey is validated with the users and with the stakeholders are now becoming the backbone of the project. Based on these documents and artifacts, the development team and the design team can start working in parallel. The design, prototype, and smart contract writing is a very important step in which the two teams will need to have constant check-ins and will need to accommodate each other's findings. So basically, the design team will test the prototype, will have some findings, they will communicate them to the smart contract developers. The smart contract developers will incorporate these findings into the smart contract, and then they will find solutions. Of course, maybe some technical solutions won't be necessarily perfectly answering to the new needs that have been discovered. So they will also communicate these new issues and findings to the design team. So there needs to be a constant back and forth in between these teams, and there needs to be constant collaboration between the design team and the development team. So the benefits of the proposed flow are the following. The team is fully integrated and not siloed. There is constant collaboration and back and forth between the design team and the development team. There are shorter building times and, of course, more time for research and testing. So if this sounds like a good approach, I invite you to adopt the methodology and adapt it to your organization. We need to think of this proposal as a work in progress, which will be shaped up by our experiences and needs. Let's consider this our explorative phase. If you plan to adopt this methodology and implement it in your organization, please let me know what were your struggles, which parts of the process worked and which didn't. What did you have to do to adapt it to your own company needs? What were the struggles of challenging the status quo? Did you encounter any resistance? All in all, I would love to hear from your experiences with this process, because the goal is to evolve it into an adoptable, adaptable, and helpful process to the entire Web3 space. So some great news from the Threshold Network and the TBTC team. My team was convinced about the benefits of this new methodology, so it was decided to adopt it and implement it into our product development process starting 2023. And this means I will also share with you my experiences of adopting and adapting the process. Some thoughts from my colleague Doug, who is a great supporter of UX in our organization. He's talking about this methodology, and he says, there is no hoping and guessing, only principled, aligned movement that values the user above all else. And some more good news. Threshold Network has open sourced its entire UX research and past UX studies. You can find here user research guidelines, all of the past studies that I've conducted for KEEP and Threshold Network, and different helpful artifacts. Never forget this. Love your users. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Amazing presentation. So there's a few minutes left. Maybe somebody has questions.
Yes, I always have questions. How long would you expect this to take on average? I understand that's an exploration by nature, but do you have any intuition or feeling for how long you would take an exploration versus iteration?
So you mean explorative phase? Okay, so generative user research should take 2-3 weeks at most, which is not a lot, and it's very easy to implement the findings afterwards. So you need to start with this. It can take even less than that. But the most time that it takes is finding the participants that are meeting the user profile that you're trying to build for. Yeah. So it doesn't add to the building process. It's actually, it shortens it because you know what to build from the start, and you know what people are needing, and you know if your ideas are actually viable and, I don't know, responding to the market need. Yeah.
I have a question. I'm here. Basically, on the phase of integrating users, what's your proposal for testnet versus mainnet of inclusion of the users? Because we realize that when users are on testnet and when we are on this kind of user testing, the users, as they are not integrating with real money or real assets, their concerns are way beyond when they are on mainnet. But when you are on mainnet, you should have already a functional solution that should work. So what's your take on that?
So I think it's best to do usability tests on testnet, but try to make it as real as possible. Like what you're testing will be mirroring your product that you're deploying on mainnet. And the thing is that if you're giving the users testnet tokens and everything, and they will go to the entire experience, at some point they will forget that they are actually testing. So you will get very good insights. You will find what's fearful and scary for them, because basically we are designing for fear. So I'm a big champion of testing on testnets. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yo, great presentation. Is the generative research supposed to align with the sprint cycles that a product team might have? Or is it something that goes like, again, like in parallel and doesn't have to match up with Agile?
I think it should be part of the sprint cycle, or it can be agnostic of the sprint cycle.
So you would like start up like a regenerative research campaign, even if it's outside of the cycles of the product team?
Yeah, exactly. I think it should be in parallel. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I want to ask, how do you reach out to the correct personas? How do you find them? And how many different personas are you considering to make a research? It's very difficult in my point of view.
So we don't have a huge pool of participants. So first of all, I think we should stick to the most important persona that we have. And then after you're building your user profile and you know who you want to build for, then I think you should use a screener. And also Web3 UX, which is our user research panel, it actually started from this need and this hurdle that it's very hard to find participants. So yeah, screeners and then a pool where these people are and try to invite them.
Can't wait to talk about this more after the conference.
Okay, sure.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sasha.
Thank you all.
I will ask you afterwards. I will ask afterwards.
So in around 5 minutes, we're going to have smart transactions with Vlad Samfir. So see you in a couple of minutes.
Touch me.
So Vlad Samir is here, and he's going to talk about the smart transactions. Woo!
Yeah, I'm going to talk. Oh, there we go. Great. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys. Sorry about the wait. I just, here. Hi. All right. Oh, great. Thank you. So, today I'm going to share some exciting research that I've been doing, I don't know, for the greater part of the last 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, I don't know. Most of this year. Not that this is the only research I've done. This is just the most exciting stuff. The stuff that I want to blow your mind with right now. So, I had to cut out a lot of content from the talk, so I'm going to try to go through it quickly and add it back in without slides, because I don't think I'm going to make it. Let me just take out my notes, just in case I get there, and then I need a refresher. All right. Hey, everyone. So, smart transactions. Sounds great. It is a prophecy of a new paradigm. It's basically a prophecy because it's not something like I decided. I'm not like imposing this on you guys. I'm like making a prediction that you're going to agree with me is like sort of a sound prediction. And then the only thing they might be imposing is accelerating the timeline, which is sort of maybe my fault if I'm accelerating it, but it's not my fault that's going to happen. This wasn't me. It's like I'm like the prophet here. I didn't do it. So here's the prophecy. Basically, Ethereum transactions will become smart, which means, yeah, they're already programmable in networks, but they're going to become context aware in this way that's like characteristic of smart products. That like sort of like you walk beside them and then they start like breathing and like knowing what you're about to do, and they sort of like act smart in a way that's sort of more than just programmable networks, but actually like they're reactive to their context. And basically, that means sort of over their actual and possible futures in this context, and also over their their context. And we'll get into that in a little more detail. But like today, relatively speaking, I'm going to say that transactions are dumb and blind. Basically, transactions today are not smart, and they will become smart in the sense of like smart products, which is like a kind of research in product design, where you try to make products like programmable, networked, and reactive to their context in order to, in order so that they act right depending on what's happening to them actually. So basically, Ethereum is and has always already been profoundly disrupted by unexpected semantics of EVM, like solidity and the re-entrancy, or like just all sorts of weird quirks. It takes a lot of time to become a solidity developer because of the weird ways that Ethereum behaves that you wouldn't think. And basically, this has come to a real head now with MEV, where sort of it's very much not the expected transaction semantics. It's sort of like, it ends up being like the worst possible semantics that could be interpreted for that transaction. And sort of it ends up being kind of worst case execution, re-intermediation, censorship, literally. And this is actually putting all blockchain communities into crisis, into like a deep constitutional crisis. So like, what is a blockchain even? Like, what is a transaction? What does it mean? What does this transaction mean? Because like all the different possible ways it could be executed in different contexts. And so, especially what does it mean if it's not just sort of included in a block in this sort of natural, simple way that we were taught in the white paper, and like all the white papers even. So basically, transactions face an evolutionary pressure due to these changing circumstances, and they're basically like, in fact, de facto changing semantics, even though in some abstract computer science sense, like, oh, unless there's a change to Ethereum, then their semantics aren't changing. Actually, when the transaction pool changes, when the way people order them in blocks changes, it changes, in fact, the transaction semantics. And they're going to become aware, basically. At first, slowly, and then a lot. And MEV search awareness basically will start, and is starting as a sort of really minor little hacks, and it's going to become sort of much more aware. So basically, today, you might pay out MEV in a favorable outcome. In the future, you'll be much more actively and much less passively interacting with the search in order to get better performance and sort of a better even understanding of how your transaction is being treated during the transaction zone validation. So that was the prophecy, basically. Like, because this insane pressure by MEV, transactions are going to become smart. The semantics are going to be totally different than what we recognize today, because basically, well, I mean, I'll get to exactly like how and why that's like a secured prophecy and not like a speculation. So let's talk about the past. Like, how did we get here? So we have this this dark forest, basically. We have, I call them ethereal predators in the dark forest, because you don't always really know what happened and how this all went down. Worst case performance, freak liquidation, stolen arbitrage, hijacked hacks. It's the stuff that we love to read about, but also stuff that really hurts people when they transact financially, and just in terms of like, imagine you're trying to like be a white hat hacker, and then like your white hat hacking gets hacked by some like front running bot. It's sort of dark. And basically, transactions went into hiding because of this. They avoid the mempool, they use trusted searchers. They basically try to eliminate their MEV in order to avoid this treatment. And this is like what I consider to be sort of dumb behavior. I mean, it's a little bit smarter than getting wrecked right away, but it could be a lot smarter, really. So, we have also this concept of good MEV. Not all MEV is bad, right? And I think this originated with MEV tips in bundles, but I wasn't around. So if someone could correct me later, that's great. And so that's sort of distributed power from the sort of big bad miner who was supposed to take all the MEV to searchers who are supposed to be like sort of the good guys protecting your transactions and giving them the ability to influence the block outcome without just sort of this pure extractive politics. More like, we pay for the thing to win. As long as we win the auction, and we're providing a good bundle, that's good. And then there's also this sort of really, I mean, nascent kind of good MEV, which is like the saving and out of gas acceptance, which is sort of like a really classic thing that like MEV was sort of built for from the start, where basically like sort of the space really was for traders who were getting wrecked in this gas price auction. And so like gas price auction became MEV, and then there was like good MEV and bad MEV as people sort of, exploited and also try to defend themselves and use it as a sort of lever. And basically, I really have to power through here. So basically, I sort of picked up on this research this year. I got into the MEV space basically when I realized that there's this thing called MEV time, which is like sort of the time when the search is happening, when the time when the search for this like bundle or block is happening, where you can actually interact with Ethereum transactions in a sort of unconventional way. Basically, rather than sort of only having interactions with transactions, you can actually interact as the searcher with the transactions directly. Basically, by the searchers have been adding their own transactions to bundles and interacting with them to like sort of take ARB profits in the normal way. But sort of to directly interface with them via like an I/O interface where you just like load values and they read values, really opens up the Ethereum transactions to incredible sort of semantics by basically letting you interrupt transaction flow, do some stuff, and then continue transaction flow as the searcher in a way where you can sort of update Oracle values many times within the trace of a transaction. You can do all sorts of operations in the middle of a transaction and sort of in some way violating atomicity. But in some way it's not, because ultimately you still have the same bundle of transactions, just that the bundle was set up in a way where the earlier transactions were put in as a function of like what happened in the middle of the other ones. So it's sort of really just the MEV time interaction with transactions really opens up non-deterministic semantics of the EVM. Now instead of having like, you can just literally have the EVM choose arbitrarily, and then like the searcher tells you what you chose, and they have like an incentive if you tip them good to choose the right thing. And that actually not just lets you take advantage of these magic non-deterministic choices, but lets you have more information in the transaction than you could before. You should literally just give them anything with like an oracle at MEV time during the middle of their transaction execution. And so this is actually a tremendous change. But however, it's not really secure today because of the way that like bundles and like transactions can be reordered out of the search result that you find. So you imagine you like search for this amazing interaction with the smart contracts. Sorry, with the smart transactions. Excuse me. And then someone else jacks it and uses different input values for the same transactions, and then you sort of get wrecked on your execution. Basically, like the search is not secure, and that means that these MEV time interactions are not secure. But if they can be secured, actually, basically anything a searcher knows can be given to the transaction, and they can use it. They can become aware of not just their execution on this trace, but all the other counterfactual timelines. They have many possible presents, futures, and pasts, because that's sort of like what transactions are like before they're included in a block and finally actualize. So basically, we have sort of with MEV time interactions, transactions can become aware of like sort of this superposition of different possibilities and counterfactual traces that end up being very, very useful. And basically, we need these searches to be secure, basically, like I was saying earlier. And so basically, I did a lot of research as a result into securing this MEV search. Like, how do we secure the search results so that it can't get jacked? That the transaction receipts can't change after you sort of like finish the search, like those are the ones, and they can't change. Thankfully, I'm like happy to announce that I did succeed. I'm not sharing the solution. I'll share an outline. And therefore, I can make this prophecy very, very comfortably, because basically, if it's competitive enough, viability is inevitability. And basically, like it's like strictly dominant over dumb transactions. It's possible. We can do it, and it's going to happen because like the competitive pressure is too great. And so this argument, I like to say, underwrites my prophecy, sort of signs off on it. And basically, it's sort of, you have to take it for granted, or you have to believe me that I can secure the search. But if I can secure the search, I can do this MEV time interaction, I can inform the transactions of anything, basically, and then they can sort of do this crazy stuff of like lots of like wild magic, which we'll get to very soon. So what is the state of the art in smart transactions today? Well, this is sort of the state of the art. In my tech research, the economics and law and like other research has been sort of, there's not enough time for all of it, unfortunately. So basically, smart transaction infrastructure is basically a story of smart transactions like pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, using a little bit of awareness to get a little more awareness, to try to get sort of, through a very secure basis, a lot of awareness for the transactions. And so I split it up into phases that are designed to be sort of acceptable to our current normal trust model at first, and then deviate a little bit only as necessary, and then come back, so that like it's a minimally politically objectionable for everyone. So basically, in phase one, we save gas in this very classic way of like not doing those pesky out-of-gas transactions. In phase one, we have semi-atomicity, which means like you can execute the prefix of a bundle, you can't choose the suffix or like anything that isn't a prefix. So it's like not atomicity, but you can at least I can restrict using the EVM's rules only, sort of that you can only do a prefix. Using this thing I call cumulative validation. It's sort of like a, it's going to invalidate it if anything else invalidated, and also it's cumulative MEV too, sort of like stores up the MEV and then pays it only at the end of the bundle, kind of story. Phase two is the interesting one that deviates from like the current trust model that people have, which is basically I'm saying like, we actually need to it's essential that we trust the proposer for a moment. Just for a moment, just for like this phase two, we trust the proposer. And then in phase three, we remove the trust from the proposer by sort of locking down their commitments, making them like unable to screw us. So basically, in phase two, we sort of normally are very uncomfortable with, because like the whole MEV space has been set up to defend you against the search and against the proposer. But I insist, it's necessary. There's no way to do bundle protection without this. If you try to do it without the proposer, you won't be able to do it. The proposer is so important. They're the signature on the block. They make it a block. You can't make a block without the proof of stake validator. It's just not a thing. Like, they're important for building the block. There's no such thing as a block builder. It's not a proposer. No offense. I'm sorry. I wasn't even supposed to say that. I take it back. Basically, today we sort of have this idea we don't trust the proposer, but we really got to. We really got to in order to get atomicity, full atomicity. And then we can lock it down and not trust them anymore in the next phase. And then after we have the atomicity of these search results, basically, and like sort of like the guaranteed like full inclusion of them, like fully or whatever. Then we can open it up to basically all sorts of smart contract development. Smart transaction development and the virtual services, which is a very cool concept of sort of to the MEV searcher, they're just extracting value from you. To you, you're getting a service from them, but sort of like they're not a real service provider. They're extracting value from you, from their perspective. From your perspective, you're sort of hijacking that in the way that, like, for example, like fruit hijack fruit-eating animals in order to spread their seed. That's an example. So here's some more tech state-of-the-art stuff. So this is an example of formal semantics of what I call smart transitions. So smart transitions is sort of like a idea that comes from smart transactions. It sort of generalizes it to like all sorts of different computer science. This is like a system for describing distributed systems that I'm doing all this notation in. There's going to be a paper released about this. Should have been today, but it's going to be like tomorrow, or maybe the next day, like latest. So look out for this. It's going to help you understand this. But basically, we have like a labeled state transition message production system, V, and then I could define another one, R, which has these special operations: duplicate, speculate, and validate, which is going to do basically a speculative execution of this other system in order to see in the future whether the thing that happened was supposed to happen, and then validate basically the current transition based on like what happens many transitions down in the future, sort of violating normal transition semantics in a very, very interesting way, which I call smart. And basically, the idea is like they can sort of look into the future, but in general, far and wide, all over the place. So basically, here's like the transitions. So let's just like go over through them quickly. Duplicate takes a state, creates 2 copies of the state. If you try to duplicate an already duplicated state, it does nothing. Speculate basically only works on duplicated states, otherwise it does nothing. When it's on a duplicated state, what it'll do is it'll apply the transition with this label L and this message M to the second state. So the original state is left untouched, and the second state is updated to the new state, and then it outputs like a message in this like little temporary buffer zone from that transition. And so like it collects these messages and updates the state while it's speculating, and then you can do a validate transition, which will either do one of 2 things. One of them is it'll delete the speculative execution state, or it'll delete the current state, like the old state. And so when you do this validate step, it's like a few transitions later, at least one transition later, and then based on the validity of that transition, you sort of either revert all the previous transitions, or you sort of choose them, you sort of collapse this superposition of like the old state and the new state, and you just get the new state. So this sort of is a speculative execution transition system based on like one transition. And basically the amazing thing about this is that you can sort of implement Ethereum out of gas semantics, sort of like just with this. Basically, you charge an account gas, you do a bunch of executions, speculatively thinking they won't run out of gas. If they run out of gas, you throw out all those changes, and you go back to that just after the charge state. And sort of you can use this to like justify actually that Ethereum transactions are already sort of smart, just with respect to the out of gas exception that the block is aware of on this sort of block limit, transaction limit sort of level. I mean the block, it might be the validator or something, And so basically, but this idea of like validating based on what happens in the future, sort of it can be done much, much more widely than just out of gas. You can just sort of refine those validity checks to add whatever constraints you want. You could have more than this amount of MEV, like better than this performance as you revert, etc. And the nice thing about this is sort of, okay, that was one speculative execution, but we do the same thing where we do many, many, many speculative executions, and then this could sort of very well encode an MEV search, where basically you're just trying a lot of different possibilities, and then you can validate based on the whole search whether you'll do any of those transitions and which one you'll do. And that's sort of like extremely powerful semantics. But that's just looking forward. And this stuff really can look back and at different alternative presents also, which is sort of a trip, and it sort of really helped me get intuition for quantum mechanics randomly. Anyways, so use cases, challenges, and implications. There's stuff from the slides I haven't read. I'm trying to really rush through this, but some of it is going to come back up now, I realize. So basically, there's a bunch of stuff this is useful for. First, I'm going to stress again the infrastructure and the way that it's pulling us out by the bootstraps by like using transactions to make transaction infrastructure. And then also all blockchain use cases. I'm trying to say this is like totally dominant paradigm, where basically like no matter what you think of, you can do it more efficiently with smart transactions. except for maybe a simple send. Maybe. Jury's out. It's probably more efficient with smart transactions anyways. But it's going to be more like a smart operation or something like that. So basically, long story short, here's a bunch of things. Oh, we have these access control lists that don't really work because you sort of might get outside of them, and then you still have to execute the transaction, and then you just get less of a discount if it doesn't work. It's like sort of a weird hack. It'd be nice, and we can do this, to have access control lists that actually work without having to do any code analysis to prove that they work. You just sort of try it, and if it doesn't work, revert. It's great. Validation is amazing. We can save gas and pay without ETH. This is sort of like classic stuff for MEV, but the way that it's done in smart transactions is a little more capital efficient, maybe a lot more capital efficient in some cases. Rent as expected MEV to justify state and RAM. This is sort of an interesting thing. We have a long problem in Ethereum about state rent and statelessness and how will people have the state, why will they know, to how will they validate my transaction, how will they search it? And the answer is if you have enough, if they expect enough MEV, they'll store it. And they'll speculate on that in all sorts of ways. Maybe they'll even do it in a way that's sort of like public value as opposed to internalized value. And so basically, rent actually comes in through the back door, not through smart transactions, but MEV in general. But I think smart transactions in particular, because they can be rent aware in a way that's sort of like a function of what is happening on the searcher's RAM and what the searcher's policy is for what they choose to put in their RAM. And so it can be sort of very specific and very flexible compared to all the rent proposals so far. Automated collective bargaining, pretty cool, right? You have a bunch of transactions with a bunch of people in your little union, and you decide, hey, we're not going to transact unless we're all treated good. Very, very good, very, very good stuff. We'll get that. We'll get those beasts from the dark forest. Get our MEV back. Direct economic interventions at all scales. This is very, very cool. You can basically use macro statistics, micro statistics, meso statistics, and just pay for those outcomes in a sort of very direct way that's sort of lacking today in public policy, where basically Helicopter Ben has a really hard time dropping money on people. But we see all the transactions on all the timelines collapsed into one, and sort of can pay the searchers for whatever policy goal we want. It's amazing. Just-in-time liquidity pools, it's pretty cool. Imagine the liquidity follows the different trades within your transaction around just to serve you better. Amazing. Can't happen today because of the transaction timing and the operation timing doesn't allow for it. Zero capital, zero credit trading. This is very cool, where you can do time travel to borrow profits from the future to do your trade now. You wouldn't think, but totally possible in Ethereum today already. But just within the scope of a single transaction. In the future, it'll be across many transactions, because an atomic block happens all at the same time, which means that the end of the block happens the same time as the start of the block, which means you can sort of borrow the profit from the end of the block at the start of the block and sort of have it all work out. Amazing, amazing. You can hedge, quote unquote, using exactly the cost that incurred at the end of the block. It's not even really hedging because you know for sure the cost. It's the most efficient it could possibly be for certain instruments, and lots of other stuff. But we have challenges still, unfortunately. Unfortunately, this can be very, very computationally expensive. Simultaneously searching for all these solutions at the same time for all these transactions, especially if everyone's demanding them, there's a lot of them, it can be very hard. Who knows how the complexity grows in the smart transactions? It depends on what they're doing. I could definitely design smart transactions that do really bad for the searchers and that basically don't have solutions the more you add to them. They might have solutions subtractably for a few, but then the big goes so bad, you add 10 more and then you can't solve them anymore. And this is why this DOS and gas insurance market is so important, because they kind of need to figure out, is this a DOS attack? Is this a legitimate smart transaction? Is this something that is going to have a solution, or is this something that we're wasting our search on? Because it's just computationally very difficult to find all these solutions. Also, I mentioned all these counterfactual stats and claims and things. The searcher knows that, but why should your transaction trust the searcher to give it the right values? There are sort of challenges with respect to verifying these inputs, especially efficiently. And then there's a multi-block issue, which is sort of actually we don't want in some way transactions to end in one block to just finish validating everything in one block. It's sort of very nice to have multi-block transactions, and to do this efficiently is a challenge, especially composed with all the other search. So rather than all the searches being sort of like this block, imagine if you have searches on different timelines, for different transactions that are executing on different timelines. So, and also there's a whole search organization problem around this, like how do you organize the searchers actually? So basically, but like very, very interestingly, this sort of has actually a lot of implications beyond the sort of birthplace of these transactions as sort of, this MEV space where basically, you're responding to this MEV search. Because actually like the smart transaction validation is sort of very wide. It doesn't need to be validating anything to do with MEV. And this is sort of useful in distributed systems in a broad way, in transactional systems in a very broad way. And so actually smart transactions are sort of not just MEV. MEV is sort of, like an economic thing. It's like only one side of the story. They also have really amazing computer science innovations. Not that the economic stuff isn't great. I mean, the risk management that smart transactions do, like that hedging that I was talking about earlier, amazing. Basically, can really, really make things much more economically efficient. And then sort of like legally, if you will, it's very low liability to hire, quote unquote, or to be a virtual service provider because you're not a real service provider. And so you're just extracting money, you're just being sort of a selfish maximizer, which means that you're limited in liability. So basically, unfortunately, out of time, this is my concluding slide. And they're missing a will there. Or no, they do actually revolutionize now Ethereum's transactional semantics. And sort of like that's like sort of, the prophecy and like sort of like the fact in the future, which is sort of like, I guess, what a prophecy should do. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it. I have more. Come see me later.
Thank you so much, Vlad. Sadly, there's no more time for questions, but I'm sure he's going to answer all your questions over here.
Yeah, outside. Yeah, outside.
Outside.
Thank you. Cheers.
So next, we're going to have a great panel about Latin America, about how Latin American cities are using blockchain to bring solutions to their problems. So this panel is going to be in Spanish, but there's some translator supplies over there, so you can go and pick one up so you can understand it, or try and learn Spanish as well for sure. So see you in 3 minutes. Hey, so it's time to start for a great panel about Latin America. I'm going to introduce to you Alfredo Bateman, Diego Fernández, Iraís Reyes, Jaime Pumarejo, and Mauricio Tobar. All of them. So this panel is going to be in Spanish, but you can go here outside for some translator devices or try your Spanish, try to learn it. So here we are. Thank you so much for being with us. Y bueno, vamos a darle a platicar de Latinoamérica un ratito.
Muchas gracias, Anita. Un aplauso para Anita.
¿Y esto es para el guest speaker?
Esto es una costumbre que tenemos para quienes no nos pueden acompañar. Hacemos un homenaje. En realidad, por temas de fuerza mayor, el alcalde de Barranquilla, que esperábamos tener aquí también compartiendo, no nos puede acompañar, pero evidentemente le mandamos un saludo muy, muy especial. Hoy, pues bueno, primero quisiera empezar con la emoción de tener Devcon en Bogotá. Yo soy de Bogotá, este es mi país y realmente es un orgullo y es un gusto estar con todos ustedes y compartiendo. Y de verdad no puedo dejar de expresar mi emoción por esto. Y también el honor de poder estar aquí con estos referentes y con estos líderes del sector público, de las ciudades latinoamericanas. Y hoy vamos a estar compartiendo y aprendiendo y explorando y debatiendo, ¿por qué no?, sobre cómo las ciudades están mirando soluciones que utilizan Ethereum o que utilizan blockchain. Y entonces rápidamente los voy a nombrar, pero sí me gustaría que empecemos a conversar y ustedes nos cuenten un poco sobre su historia. Les presento por aquí a Diego Fernández, que él es el director de innovación de la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Les presento también a Iraís Reyes, que es diputada de Nuevo León en México. Y también les presento a el doctor Bateman, ahorita lo estamos hablando, Alfredo Bateman, en realidad, Bateman, también me encanta que lo podamos decir así, que es el secretario de Desarrollo Económico de Bogotá, de esta ciudad que hoy nos está acogiendo a todos. Y bueno, además de que me gustaría que quienes no los conozcan, conozcan su historia para presentarse, quisiera que le fuéramos entrando en detalle y además de la presentación de cada uno, nos contaran cuál es el contexto que ustedes encuentran en cada una de sus ciudades, que debe ser particular para cada uno, o de pronto no, de pronto encontramos cosas en común. ¿Cuáles son esas problemáticas que ustedes han encontrado en su ciudad y que, o en el caso de la diputada, a nivel más regional y nacional, y que tenga sentido el uso de estas tecnologías como Ethereum y blockchain para solucionar esas problemáticas? Entonces, Diego, bienvenido. Gracias por estar acá.
Gracias, Mauricio. Les aclaro a todos, soy diabético insulino dependiente de hace 38 años, tengo el azúcar medio baja, así que voy a estar comiendo azúcar, que puede ser raro, pero lo explico para que no crean que tengo un freak que come azúcar así.
No, no es la fiesta.
No, es la diabetes. Pero bueno, nosotros en la ciudad estamos muy metidos en desarrollar aspectos de gobierno en los cuales blockchain pueda brindar una solución o básicamente la transmisión de confianza digital. Y creo que esa es una oportunidad, o creemos que esa es una oportunidad que trasciende las fronteras de una ciudad o de una comunidad específica. Hago una explicación muy breve del concepto al que me refiero, y es, todos ustedes deben tener en sus billeteras múltiples credenciales, tarjetas de crédito, registros de conducir, cédula de identidad, distintas documentaciones que vienen en formato plástico. ¿Qué es lo que tienen todas estas credenciales en común? Varias cosas. La primera es que ninguna organización sabe que otra organización se las emitió. Es decir, yo tengo un carnet de la provincia de Buenos Aires, porque tengo domicilio ahí, y tengo una cédula de identidad nacional, y además tengo doble nacionalidad uruguaya, tengo una cédula uruguaya y tengo tarjetas de crédito de distintos bancos y distintas marcas. Sin embargo, a pesar de no conocerse, todas estas organizaciones comparten un estándar. ¿Cuál es ese estándar? El ancho y el alto de la tarjeta. Y parece medio tonto, ¿no? Pero es muy básico. ¿Por qué? Porque todos la guardamos en billeteras. Y si mañana Visa o la Municipalidad de Bogotá me dan un registro o una tarjeta de crédito que es más ancha o más alta, sería muy incómodo, no tengo dónde guardarla. Cuando apareció la revolución de Internet y digital de los 90, muchos aspectos de nuestra vida se volvieron digitales. Sin embargo, para los que tienen un poco de formación técnica, el protocolo TCP/IP, el protocolo que forma Internet, no está diseñado para transmitir confianza, está diseñado exactamente para lo opuesto, para ser un protocolo neutro, donde cualquiera se pueda conectar con nuestros celulares, con un electrodoméstico en nuestra casa, una compu, lo que fuera. ¿Qué hicieron las organizaciones, los gobiernos, las empresas para solucionar este problema? Porque necesitamos transmitir confianza, necesitamos poder saber que el usuario que está del otro lado es quien dice ser. Bueno, eso lo lograron a través de construir cada organización su propio framework de seguridad. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Hoy yo, por ejemplo, tengo una aplicación que se llama Mi Argentina, donde tengo documentación del Estado Nacional, otra que se llama Mi Buenos Aires, con documentación del Estado de la ciudad. Tengo una para mi obra social, una para cada uno de los 2 bancos con los que trabajo, una para la tarjeta American Express, otra para el club de fútbol. Cada organización te da su propia estructura de seguridad. Si trasladásemos esto a lo analógico, ¿qué implicaría? Implicaría que cuando voy a sacar el registro, por ejemplo, en la ciudad de Buenos Aires, me lo den con una billetera en la cual debo llevarlo, que tiene el logo de la ciudad, y cuando voy al Estado Nacional a que me dé la cédula, me lo da en otra billetera distinta con el logo del Estado de la Nación, lo mismo en la tarjeta Visa, lo mismo en la tarjeta Master o cualquier banco. En el mundo físico sería impracticable, andaríamos con una bolsa llena de billeteras con tarjetas. En el mundo digital, esto que son páginas de aplicaciones, que van pasando una y otra, y me tengo que acordar 400 millones de login, o en su defecto, darle la potestad de manejar toda mi identidad digital a una compañía privada como puede ser Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram o la que fuese. ¿Qué es lo que trae Web3 como cambio en este contexto? Lo que trae Web3 es la posibilidad de transmitir confianza digital en estructuras públicas. Públicas me refiero a que sean de toda la sociedad, no de un gobierno, de transmitir confianza en estructuras públicas descentralizadas. Y eso es una enorme ventaja. Lo que impulsamos de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires hace casi un año fue desde la concepción de decir, no tiene que haber una nueva aplicación del gobierno, no tiene que haber una nueva blockchain de gobierno, no tienen que haber redes privadas permisionadas donde se transmita confianza. Tienen que haber estructuras de confianza pública, como un public good, que dicen, hay un cartel que dice building public goods, un bien público que los gobiernos usen, al igual que los bancos, al igual que las compañías privadas, al igual que una compañía de seguros, sin pedirle permiso a nadie, sin que nadie los pueda censurar, y que sea una infraestructura que todos podamos convalidar y chequear. La verdad que hicimos una convocatoria que resultó bastante exitosa, o muy exitosa. Se sumaron un conjunto de partners importantes a ayudarnos a construir esto. IO Labs, RSK, tuvimos mucho apoyo en la Ethereum Foundation, hablamos con las principales blockchains del mundo, muchos desarrolladores privados, Bion, etc. Sí, ahí corto.
Te voy a dejar de que nos dejes el spoiler ahorita de cuál es el proyecto para que entremos allá, ¿te parece?
Ok.
Ahorita entramos allá.
Perfecto.
Denlo. Antes de continuar, es que estaba mirando esto y dije, hay que aclarar, Devcon no acepta patrocinios, entonces no es que haya un acuerdo aquí de Tropical Sunset con nada más, simplemente una casualidad, una linda casualidad, porque estamos en el trópico. Irais, ¿nos puedes por favor contar el contexto en México, Nuevo León? ¿Por qué estás trabajando en estos temas para que podamos entrar posteriormente ya a la acción, a ver cada uno qué está haciendo, pero sí me interesa que primero miremos los problemas locales para entender por qué vienen las soluciones después, ¿no?
Buenas tardes a todos, yo me llamo Irais Reyes, soy diputada por elección popular en el Congreso del Estado de Nuevo León y soy abogada, entonces aquí me siento a veces muy rara porque todos son de tecnologías, aunque los entiendo y entiendo los temas. ¿Por qué decidí hacer esto? Les cuento. El gobierno es muy arcaico, es horrible y es pesado. Aquí seguramente muchos de ustedes les ha tocado o conocen a alguien que ha tenido que hacer un trámite con el gobierno y es la cosa más horrible que te puede tocar en la vida. Para empezar, te tardas muchísimo en que te atiendan. En segundo lugar, tienes que sacar tantas y tantas juegos de copias. Yo me acuerdo que tenía un juicio y que llené cajas y cajas de papeles en maletas de un avión de Monterrey a la Ciudad de México. La gente, aparte, no tiene confianza porque no sabe en qué tiempo se va a resolver su solicitud, y esto es más evidente en un ambiente de corrupción como que el que sucede en mi país. Digo, no debe de sorprendernos que diga esto, dado los rankings de transparencia internacional, donde se observa que México es de los países más corruptos del mundo. Entonces, la pregunta aquí es ¿cómo hacemos el gobierno más cercano a las personas? ¿Cómo hacemos que el gobierno de verdad pueda utilizar las nuevas tecnologías de la información? En el caso de Nuevo León hay una ley que es la Ley de Gobierno Electrónico, y esta ley está desde el 2013 y es 2022, la sociedad ha cambiado, ya más del 93% de la población en mi estado tiene un teléfono celular y el 75% tiene internet, pero no tienes forma de interactuar con tu gobierno de una forma digital. Entonces, pensando en todo esto, es bueno, ¿cómo cambiamos? A mí me gusta mucho pensar que la ley es una forma en la que marcas el futuro de una ciudad, de un país y de un estado. Y a través de una ley se pueden hacer grandes cambios. Aquí los secretarios cuentan, ellos ya están ejerciendo política pública, pero ¿qué hago en un país en donde no está sucediendo absolutamente nada o donde todo es muy básico en materia de nuestro gobierno digital? Entonces, viendo todos estos problemas, y les cuento también cosas que pasan. Oye, para empezar, tienes 1000 usuarios en el gobierno, ya se te olvidaron las contraseñas de todo, ya no sabes ni cuál pusiste. Y luego, por otro lado, es bien ridículo que haces un trámite con tu gobierno y aparte de que haces el trámite, te piden información que ellos deberían tener. ¿Por qué me estás pidiendo que te entregue mi acta de nacimiento? Tu gobierno deberías tener mi acta de nacimiento. Ahora, lo más loco de todo esto es que aparte de que te piden información que ya tienen y que no tendrían por qué estártela pidiendo, aparte de una secretaría a otra, de que, bueno, gobierno municipal, haces un trámite con una secretaría y conseguiste un papel que necesitabas con ese trámite con otra secretaría, y el propio municipio te pide un documento de otra secretaría que está dentro. Es ¿por qué no hay interoperabilidad entre la información que tenemos? ¿Por qué los procesos son tan burocráticos y tan lentos? Entonces, lo que yo estoy trabajando ahora en el Congreso del Estado de Nuevo León, ahora que yo presido la Comisión de Economía, Emprendimiento y Turismo, es buscar una ley que sí tome la tecnología de blockchain, y se los explicaré en mi siguiente intervención, pero es aprovechar este ecosistema digital para convertir en mi estado en una entidad inteligente.
Buenísimo. Hasta ahora creo que encontramos en Latinoamérica en común los problemas que ustedes han identificado, no solamente en Argentina y en México. Y Alfredo, cuéntanos un poco sobre la situación en Bogotá, por favor.
Bueno, voy a ir un poco por una vertiente un poco distinta. Y para explicarlo, por qué para Bogotá y sobre todo desde la Secretaría de Desarrollo Económico, la tecnología de blockchain es importante para el desarrollo económico. Lo primero que diría, filosofando un poquito, es el universo es materia, energía e información. Pero lo que hace importante lo que ocurre en este planeta y en el universo es la información. La información es lo que hace que esto no sea una masa amorfa simplemente en el espacio. Entonces, la información es la clave del orden de las cosas. La información no es una cosa, pero es lo que define el orden de las cosas. Y si el blockchain es un método, una forma de crear, almacenar, compartir información, de por sí la tecnología es una tecnología interesante. O sea, de entrada yo diría, hoy en día lo que nos permita administrar mejor la información en cualquier tipo de problemas puede hacer más eficiente la forma en que ordenamos las cosas. Y eso en materia económica tiene unas ganancias en eficiencia. Diría en un sentido básico de qué es la tecnología. En segundo lugar, el software de la información, lo que nos permite procesar la información, es el conocimiento. Y el conocimiento es know-how, saber hacer. Y el único repositorio, o el más importante repositorio de información, es el ser humano. La segunda razón de la que esto para nosotros es importante, porque este evento en sí mismo, lo que aquí está ocurriendo, es una red de repositorios de conocimiento y de saber hacer. Y esa es la fuente de la riqueza y de cualquier proceso de crecimiento económico. El que exista esta comunidad, el que exista esta red el que exista esta interacción entre todos los que participan en este espacio, ya de por sí es suficientemente atractivo de todo lo que puede ocurrir en materia económica. Y ahí me voy a los temas de innovación, que si nos vamos, o al menos a la noción de innovación que a mí me llama la atención, la innovación no es otra cosa, sino encontrar nuevas maneras de compartir o de combinar energía que crean una cosa totalmente improbable. Yo que soy un total neófito en estas cosas del blockchain, cada vez que me dicen un concepto nuevo, las DAOs, la web 3.0, los contratos inteligentes, todo ese tema, eso es una forma absolutamente improbable de combinar energía para crear una cosa nueva. Ese es el primer requisito de la innovación. Y este evento está lleno de esa primera parte de la innovación. El segundo requisito de la innovación es que esa combinación de energía que crea algo nuevo tenga éxito. Ahí yo me aparto un momento y digo, no sé cuál de todas esas ideas tenga éxito. El que tenga éxito en términos comerciales, que se pueda monetizar, que cumpla su promesa de valor, no lo sé yo, no lo sabemos seguramente ninguno de nosotros. Hay unos más creyentes que otros en cuál es la aplicación de la tecnología que puede lograr que tenga éxito. Y de eso tenemos muchas historias en la humanidad. La misma máquina de vapor, que fue lo que generó la revolución industrial. La tecnología que creó la máquina de vapor no fue creada, no fue pensada para crear una máquina de vapor. Fue creada para 50 cosas distintas y había una comunidad que estaba pensando en la tecnología del vapor, que la tecnología del vapor es cómo combinar energía y volverla a trabajo, o cómo hacer el calor y volverlo trabajo. Entonces, aquí lo que hay es una comunidad de gente pensando cosas nuevas. Yo no tengo ni idea. Uno de los requisitos de la innovación es que tiene una gran dosis de azar. Yo de pronto estoy pensando en la aplicación de una tecnología para ver cómo hago ciudadanía digital y puede que eso le despierte un clic a alguien y tiene una aplicación totalmente distinta para lo que fue creada. Puede que esta tecnología haya sido creada para las criptomonedas y después de unos años no existan las criptomonedas, pero la tecnología perdure. Yo lo que creo es que lo que es importante es que la tecnología va a perdurar. ¿En cuántas aplicaciones? Aquí hay ya cientos. No podría enumerar las aplicaciones. ¿Cuáles van a tener éxito? No tengo ni idea. La innovación es un proceso de ensayo y error. Solo el tiempo irá diciendo qué de esto va perdurando. Y es un proceso gradual, digamos. Es imposible de predecir. Y como ciudad, como sector público, no deberíamos, es una opinión totalmente personal, decir cuál va a ser la aplicación de la tecnología que va a transformar la economía. Lo que tenemos que hacer, y es el espíritu de nuestra secretaría, es habilitar que este tipo de cosas ocurran, que haya una comunidad pensando cosas, que se sigan generando estas interacciones.
Fantástico. Voy a meterle picantico que ustedes ya me conocen, ¿no? Este ecosistema de cripto y de blockchain es bastante antisistema, ¿no? Y entonces el que estemos aquí hablando de cómo aplicar estas tecnologías en el sector público, hay quienes dicen como, bueno, los políticos hablan, ¿no? Los funcionarios hablan y, bueno, pero que hablen los hechos. La pregunta siguiente es, ¿qué han hecho? ¿Qué están haciendo? ¿O qué piensan hacer en el futuro alrededor del uso de estas tecnologías en sus campos de acción, ¿no? Digamos, el mostrar con hechos que efectivamente la cosa está pasando, ¿cómo lo están viendo? ¿Quieres comenzar, Iraís, esta vez?
Les cuento sobre esta ley de gobierno digital. Como les contaba, desde el 2013 ya pasaron 9 años y la tecnología cambia muchísimo, muy rápido. Estamos con una ley de verdad de la era de piedra. Entonces, pensando en esto y tomando en cuenta que quienes fueron, y hay que reconocerlo, quienes tuvieron esa como idea o esa necesidad, con quienes estuve trabajando fue México, es particularmente Nuevo León, es uno de los estados que tienen un sector empresarial muy fuerte. Entonces hay muchos emprendedores, hay muchas nuevas empresas, hay startups. Entonces toda esa comunidad que son quienes enfrentan la burocracia día con día en su interacción con el gobierno, fueron como los primeros que dijeron algo tiene que hacerse, ¿no? En esa conversación. Pero obviamente yo pensé, está genial, porque aquí el sector empresarial le interesa, pero al final esta ley ayuda a todas las personas de maneras inimaginables. Entonces, lo que estoy proponiendo en la ley, en primer lugar, es que se reconozca que, como comentábamos ahorita, tienes miles de usuarios, contraseñas, haces trámites con diferentes secretarías, con municipio, con gobierno del estado, con la federación, y con todas ellas tienes que hacer un usuario, no hay conexión entre esta información. Y, por ejemplo, un edificio en Monterrey, en Nuevo León, estamos viviendo una crisis por falta de agua. Entonces, ya horarios con restricciones, cortes, de verdad, pipas en las calles, no les puedo explicar lo que estaba pasando en ese entonces. Se empezaron a construir muchos edificios, se habían construido edificios sin permisos, sin restricciones, con corrupción, y cuando llega la crisis del agua, muchos edificios se quedan sin agua y no tienen este recurso tan importante. Entonces, esta entidad que se encarga del tema de agua decía, oye, es que la otra secretaría en estos trámites que tenemos, pues yo no tengo estos documentos donde se autorizó que ese edificio tan grande podía tener un permiso para conectarse a la red de agua y drenaje. Y 2 secretarías no tenían la misma información de un mismo proceso, ¿no? Entonces, retomando este ejemplo, el primer pilar que estoy considerando en la ley es que se reconozca una identidad digital, y que esta identidad digital creo que va a ser el pilar de la transformación de la administración pública. Con esa identidad es una llave única de acceso con la que la ciudadanía puede interactuar con todas sus autoridades. Esta identidad digital se reconoce que es autogestionable, que debe ser descentralizada, que el ciudadano es quien debe tener el derecho de la información, y el ciudadano, al tener esta credencial digital, solo puede compartir esa información con quien decida hacerlo. Pero ya el enfoque no es como el gobierno, sino el enfoque es la persona y facilitarle la vida a la gente. Entonces, como parte de esta identidad digital que se fundamenta en este ecosistema de blockchain, pues vienen otras cosas que a lo mejor no son tan relevantes para lo que le dicen la Web3, pero que realmente en mi estado sí es muy importante. O sea, para empezar, que esta identidad digital tenga tu wallet con todos tus documentos públicos, que estos documentos públicos se encuentren encriptados, que se encuentren seguros, y que cada vez que una persona quiera acercarse con una dependencia o con una autoridad, ya tenga la información disponible en una cartera y esa información la pueda compartir a quien la ciudadanía lo desee. Pero también esta ley, ya estamos hablando de los derechos digitales, y como derecho digital principal es que se reconozca esta identidad digital autogestionable y descentralizada que tiene el ciudadano, y además otros derechos como, bueno, ¿qué va a pasar con esta información si te mueres? ¿No? Estamos hablando de testamentos digitales, estamos ya hablando de que debe existir una política de gobernanza de datos, que eso no se hablaba en ninguna ley en este país. Y aparte, yo pienso también, oye, vas con notarios y vas con 1000 autoridades para tener un documento que valga y lo tienes que tener en papel, pero la idea es que paulatinamente estos documentos y toda la información que tenemos con nuestro gobierno se digitalice, tenga un valor digital, y que la ciudadanía sea la propietaria de esa documentación y de esa información dentro de su wallet, utilizando esta identidad digital. Esta ley que se propuso es la más innovadora que tiene el país. Ninguna ciudad, ningún estado en México está hablando de utilizar la tecnología de blockchain, como que todo el mundo lo dice superficialmente, pero nadie dice cómo. Creo que a raíz de ahí van a venir nuevos cambios. Presenté una ley y aparte 15 reformas más para actualizar todos los servicios que presta la autoridad, desde el Poder Ejecutivo, el Legislativo, el Poder Judicial, cualquier organismo y dependencia de la administración pública, desde registro civil, notariado. Entonces, fue una reforma muy integral que cambie el paradigma en que la administración pública ofrece sus servicios a la ciudadanía.
Y esa identidad, Iraíz, también hay mucha preocupación alrededor de la privacidad. De manera corta, tiene ese lineamiento de protección de los datos de los ciudadanos, ¿verdad?
Sí, sí está incluido como parte de la ley toda esta política en materia de seguridad y protección de datos personales, y además estoy segura que pues con esta tecnología es muy segura y eso va a blindar a la ciudadanía del manejo de su información. Pero obviamente es un tema que está en el aire y yo creo que lo retomaré en las siguientes preguntas, porque sí es una preocupación de parte de la gente.
De acuerdo. Y Diego estaba que se hablaba porque va por esa línea también, ¿no? Ya nos iba a contar sobre lo que están haciendo en la Ciudad de Buenos Aires en identidad digital descentralizada.
Sí, tomando un poco la línea que planteaba recién Iraís, la diferencia está en el cómo, ¿no? Porque podemos hacer de vuelta una nueva aplicación de un gobierno que te dé una credencial digital y tenés todas tus atestaciones, todos tus documentos guardados en la nube o en un server, etcétera. Con lo cual ahí podemos establecer toda la política de protección de datos que querramos, que al final del día alguien va a poder hackearlo. La ciudad de Buenos Aires recibió en lo que va del año 45 millones de ataques. Por suerte fuimos exitosos en defendernos. Algún día vamos a fracasar y nos van a sacar algo. Es un tema estadístico. Entonces la pregunta es cómo generás una solución tecnológica que soporte esta visión. Lo que hicimos es arrancar desde la visión y entender que no podía ser una solución tecnológica que desarrolle el gobierno, porque en ese caso solo iba a ser una solución de gobierno. Ahora, ¿el gobierno qué poder tiene? Que no es menor. Y en la ciudad de Buenos Aires tenés 7 millones de personas. Es un poder muy grande de hacer onboarding de personas, porque el gobierno tiene la facultad de hacer eso cuando te exige determinada condición para hacer un trámite. Convocamos, como mencionaba anteriormente, un conjunto de actores del ecosistema cripto, blockchain argentino que tiene mucha fuerza y varios también internacionales. Y se armó un conjunto de socios en esta iniciativa muy buenos, los que mencionaba antes, de Ethereum Foundation, IOP Labs, RSK, Starknet, o Starkware, que es una compañía que hizo un Zero Knowledge Proof Rollup que se llama Starknet, Bion, Extremian, un conjunto de empresas y de emprendimientos del mundo cripto blockchain, y desarrollamos un protocolo de identidad digital autosoberano que se llama Quark ID. Me vuelvo un poquito más técnico para los que son más techis en el grupo. Lo que hace Quark ID es esencialmente tomar uno de los 3 protocolos de identidad digital, el más moderno, que se llama Site-Modena, le construye arriba un wrapping que le permite establecer determinadas políticas de anti-spam, etcétera, y se construye sobre un conjunto de principios que nosotros consideramos esenciales. El primero, el que ya mencioné, no puede ser algo que el gobierno sea dueño, y si entran hoy a quarkid.org van a ver ahí todo el ecosistema de partners y un roadmap donde el protocolo termina teniendo una gobernanza descentralizada en un periodo de aproximadamente 2 años. El segundo, que el protocolo tenía que ser multi-chain, es decir, no podíamos hacer un protocolo que solo se pueda anclar a una blockchain en particular. ¿Por qué? Porque si estamos pensando en implementaciones de millones y millones de usuarios en distintos ecosistemas, el gobierno de la Ciudad de Buenos Aires, un ecosistema de compañías de petróleo, el gobierno de Monterrey o cualquier otro, cada organización o cada comunidad tiene que tener el derecho a elegir el blockchain que le brinde seguridad que mejor le parezca, y hoy el protocolo está anclado en Ethereum Layer 1, está anclado en Bitcoin Layer 1, está anclado en RSK, que es una IBM compatible que usa como capa de seguridad Bitcoin, está anclado en Polygon y está anclado en Starknet. En la Ciudad de Buenos Aires vamos a arrancar anclando todo el sistema de identidad digital en Starknet. Y como tercer característica, además de ser multi-chain que buscamos, y casualmente teniendo muy en cuenta el tema de la protección y la gobernanza de los datos, son 2 cosas. Opa, acá. La wallet del protocolo, se complicó esto, ¿no? La wallet del protocolo, va cambiando mi voz, es rarísimo, ¿no? ¿Sí? ¿Viste? Como, soy otra persona. La wallet del protocolo, que vamos a sacar al público en diciembre, es 100% source, al igual que todo el protocolo. Es 100% non-custodial, o sea, cada usuario tiene sus private keys, y el storage confidencial, el almacenamiento confidencial, solo ocurre en los devices de los usuarios. No hay un server central con toda la documentación de todos los usuarios. Obviamente, el gobierno tiene la documentación que emitió para un usuario determinado, pero no tiene los datos que puede haber emitido una tarjeta de crédito, otra asociación, una universidad. Nosotros tenemos un montón de credenciales, algunas son del gobierno y otras no. El único que tiene control sobre la información privada del usuario es el usuario, porque tiene su propio storage y lo puede backupear en donde quiera, pero es una decisión personal. Estamos muy entusiasmados con eso, esperamos en noviembre, estamos largando el MVP, en diciembre vamos a hacer una prueba en un grupo reducido de gente y en enero vamos a empezar un rollout que vamos a arrancar de una manera poco agresiva, sumando algunas decenas de miles de usuarios por mes, esperando terminar el año con algo entre 200 y 500.000 identidades digitales creadas.
Muy bien, muy interesante, además con mucho detalle técnico. Muchísimas gracias, Diego. Alfredo, cuéntanos qué está haciendo Bogotá, o qué ha hecho o qué planes tiene para el uso de estas tecnologías.
No, tal vez de manera complementaria un par de experiencias, creo que de manera muy temprana, hacia el año 2018-2019, empiezan a hacerse las primeras aplicaciones de la tecnología en aplicaciones públicas. Una de esas las conocí gracias a Mauricio incluso, que fue la aplicación de la tecnología, por ejemplo, en los procesos de votación, en la elección de líderes estudiantiles en los colegios públicos. Es una experiencia muy interesante que además recibió algunos premios de innovación en gobierno digital y creo que generó un primer apetito, digamos, por pensar en la tecnología. También desde la alta consejería yo creo que se vienen pensando distintas aplicaciones. Yo creo que en estos países latinoamericanos, digamos, con una alta dosis de corrupción es altamente, puede ser muy atractivo lo que se puede hacer con contratos digitales, por ejemplo, para la trazabilidad de los procesos de contratación y para temas de transparencia y de poder hacer rendición de cuentas y seguimiento descentralizado y ciudadano a los procesos de contratación. Y un elemento que a nosotros nos interesa mucho es ver cómo logramos ampliar esta comunidad. Como decía, es muy importante ampliar la comunidad. Acabamos de lanzar una línea para ampliar el conocimiento en estas tecnologías a un grupo de empresas de Bogotá, tratar que el universo empresarial empiece a tener más conocimiento sobre cuáles son las posibles aplicaciones de la tecnología. Creemos que uniendo el mundo un poco más tradicional empresarial con la nueva tecnología, eso es lo que puede empezar a generar unos clics distintos, donde un negocio aparentemente tradicional se junta con una posibilidad de una tecnología y de ahí puede surgir algo nuevo. Es lo que nosotros hemos llamado el proyecto Hub Blockchain Bogotá, es seleccionar 200 empresas que puedan ampliar los conocimientos en las aplicaciones de tecnologías blockchain, en las distintas posibles tecnologías, ir profundizando en algunas de estas, un conocimiento y una asistencia técnica y un conocimiento mucho más especializado. Entonces yo diría, va como dividido en dos, unas posibles aplicaciones que hagan un poco más eficientes el funcionamiento del Estado. Creo que aquí hemos visto varios ejemplos de los colegas, temas que creo que es muy importante, el tema de contratos inteligentes en torno a temas de corrupción y desde lo empresarial, desde la innovación, ir ampliando las comunidades también en procesos un poco más tradicionales del quehacer empresarial y de los tejidos productivos locales.
Yo voy a aprovechar eso que entraste, además gracias a los tres por compartirnoslo, pero este tema de la corrupción me parece interesante, porque evidentemente pareciera que si descentralizas cosas y no las puedes modificar y que son características que tiene la tecnología, entonces podrías hacer que pues los que les gusta modificar cositas, títulos de tierras, votaciones, documenticos y demás, en teoría ya no lo podrían hacer. Pero también es cierto que cuando estos proyectos se quieren implementar, empiezan a aparecer los poderes que se dan cuenta de que eso va a pasar y empiezan a hacer oposición a que se implementen este tipo de tecnologías. ¿Cuál es su percepción con respecto a de si realmente vamos a empezar a ver ya de uso masivo la implementación de estas tecnologías que realmente bloquean la posibilidad de que se genere corrupción a raíz de modificar esos elementos? Y también pregunta si para su entendimiento blockchain sí es la solución o no. Adelante, Diego.
Yo creo que, ahora, si vamos a lo conceptual, blockchain al final del día es como un libro notarial digital con un mecanismo de consenso que todos validamos. ¿A dónde aplicás eso? Es súper amplio, es súper amplio. Yo creo que sí, de vuelta, lo que nos permite es generar confianza digital. Eso arrancó, si se quiere, con Bitcoin, pudiendo transmitir valor. Ethereum te permitió poder, arriba de eso, generar un Turing completo, aplicaciones. Y hoy tenemos esta lógica, ¿no? Que podemos transmitir valor y generar aplicaciones de forma absolutamente segura. Yo me quedo con lo que decías vos, que es verdad. En todos estos cambios se produce una crisis de intereses. Hay intereses contrapuestos. Las grandes empresas, los gobiernos, naturalmente son status quoistas, o sea, son aversos al cambio. Y es muy difícil, yo trabajo hace un rato en el Estado, es muy difícil generar cambios desde dentro del gobierno. Secretario de Innovación de un gobierno es medio un oxímoron, porque en realidad los gobiernos no son muy innovadores, que digamos. Es muy difícil lo que te toca hacer. Ahora, uno tiene un laburo muy importante, un trabajo muy importante en que aquellos que lideran, a mí me toca liderar un área, pero aquellos que lideran gobiernos enteros, tienen que entender que hay una oportunidad fenomenal, pero no para el gobierno, para la sociedad. Hay una oportunidad que implica mucha riqueza para la sociedad. Aquellas comunidades que sean las primeras en avanzar en el primer bloque de construcción de una sociedad 100% digital, porque hoy tenemos una sociedad digitalizada en silos, una sociedad digitalmente interoperable que se puede comunicar y donde no nos pasa lo que decía Iraís, que nos la pasamos yendo de una organización a otra, pública o privada, banco, compañía de seguro, la que fuese, buscando documentación y llevándola de un lado al otro. Aquellas comunidades que primero abracen la identidad digital de las personas físicas, la identidad digital de las personas jurídicas, la digitalización de los títulos de propiedad, de los bienes muebles e inmuebles, las primeras comunidades que avancen en esta dimensión van a tener una ventaja competitiva fenomenal frente a otras. Va a ser lo mismo que implementar máquinas de vapor cuando todavía no las teníamos. Va a haber una ganancia muy, muy grande. Los líderes que vean eso y tengan las agallas y la clarividencia para llevar a las comunidades en esa dimensión, tienen también una enorme ventaja para ganar en su liderazgo. Tienen el desafío de transformar, pero hay una ventaja enorme por adquirir.
Interesante. Iraís, ¿qué opinas?
Hay una resistencia al cambio y en el gobierno haz de cuenta que vas como mucho más lento de lo que sucede en la iniciativa privada. Yo he tenido experiencias en iniciativa privada y sector público y la realidad es que parece que siempre están pensando en cómo no hacer las cosas y no cómo sí hacer las cosas, ¿no? Entonces, ese es un gran obstáculo que se enfrenta en estos avances, porque miren, o sea, para empezar, ni siquiera quieren como sistematizar las operaciones, donde tú sepas tu trámite, en qué momento va y en qué lugar está, no tienes idea. Tienes que estar preguntando y conocer a alguien que te levante tu papel que está aquí y lo suba para acá, y eso genera mucha desconfianza en las instituciones, donde la gente ya piensa que la única forma en donde tú puedes lograr obtener un resultado de tu gobierno es dando un moche, es decir, corrompiendo al funcionario para que las cosas sucedan, ¿no? Por un lado. Y luego, por otro, yo también pienso que un gran reto es, si de entrada no quieren sistematizar las cosas, y ya hablamos de una identidad digital, y eso ya es, no hay vuelta atrás. O sea, ahí está el futuro. El gobierno se va a digitalizar, el gobierno va a ser más eficiente. Eso yo creo que genera demasiada resistencia en los actores que puede que no estén dispuestos a ceder ese manejo, ese manejo que hacen de la información, esa discrecionalidad con la que tienen para operar, y al generar una identidad digital prácticamente le estás dando el poder a la gente y no al gobierno. Y el gobierno quiere más poder. Entonces, regresando a este tema, y otro gran riesgo que veo, y con esto cierro, es, pues, por ejemplo, hace un año mi mamá no quería hacer compras en Amazon porque le daba miedo, y de que no quiere pagar cosas porque no le gusta pagar cosas en internet. Entonces, aunque en México mucha gente tiene celulares y tienen internet, realmente mucha gente que prefiere hacer las cosas en papel y ir a una ventanilla y aventar documentos y no quiere identidad digital porque dice, tengo miedo de que toda mi información la tengan. pero como dijo Diego, o sea, es una tecnología segura, debería dar más confianza y no desconfianza, y debería entender que precisamente estamos quitándole al gobierno todo ese manoseo de la información y la volvemos más segura para la gente.
Poder para la gente, dijiste, interesante. Por favor, Alfredo.
A ver, me parece que es un trade-off interesante, porque por un lado la innovación genera resistencias. Cualquier proceso de cambio genera grandes resistencias y vamos a tener grandes resistencias a la innovación. Y por un lado hay que superar esas resistencias. Pero también hay otro gran riesgo y es como la innovación es impredecible y saber qué de esto va a tener éxito es impredecible. También es muy riesgoso que sea el sector público quien le apueste a la solución que creemos que va a ser exitosa. Es decir, el sector público haciendo de inversionista de capital de riesgo, en lo personal me genera también mucha precaución, porque cuando lo hace un privado y invierte sus recursos, está claro cuál es la apuesta y cuál es la ganancia. Y ese es el riesgo privado, eso es parte de la naturaleza de la innovación. Cuando el sector público reemplaza al inversionista de capital de riesgo y es el que le apuesta a X o Y tecnología, con esa variable de impredecibilidad de la innovación, es donde uno tiene que tener precaución. Entonces creo que el papel del Estado está en facilitar precisamente las comunidades de ensayo y error, en no ser un obstáculo para que el ensayo y error se dé, pero tampoco ser un actor y seguir siendo un actor imparcial que lo que permite es que la dinámica del ensayo y error siga su curso. Entonces yo creo que ese es un trade-off interesante, cómo limitamos o cómo quitamos barreras normativas, legislativas, que propicien, digamos, ese ensayo y error, pero tampoco ser partícipe del proceso, sino ya en niveles un poco más avanzados. Ya cuando se va probando la tecnología y nos muestra incluso que podemos ser usuarios de la misma, es un momento importante. Pero ahí tengo como un nivel de donde incluso si se introduce demasiado puede ser perjudicial incluso para los procesos de innovación.
Te refieres a que el Estado no escoja ganadores, ¿verdad? Ese es el mensaje. Interesante. Sí. Bueno, yo quisiera, acá digamos tenemos unos ciudadanos preocupados por lo que ustedes dicen y creo que es importante que sepan que estas preocupaciones existen. Hay en general una preocupación alrededor de lo que hemos venido hablando, de los datos, identidad versus privacidad. Entonces, en el futuro seguramente muchos alcaldes van a ver esta grabación y van a querer entender cómo las ciudades o las instituciones que ustedes representan están aproximándose a las soluciones de blockchain. Quisiera hacer dos preguntas. Una, ¿qué les recomiendan para eso que comentaba Iraís, para que no quieran acumular poder, datos y demás, sino que precisamente sea al contrario y mantengan la privacidad? Y lo segundo, ¿cómo podrían aproximarse ellos o qué consejos les dan para utilizar este tipo de herramientas tecnológicas? Empecemos contigo, Iraís, esta vez.
Para mí es difícil como aconsejar en el uso de las herramientas, porque no soy la técnica de blockchain, pero hay varias cosas que yo sí creo que un tomador de decisiones tiene que tomar en cuenta. Y son cosas en las que yo he estado pensando, que pensé cuando hice la ley, que pienso ahora y que ahora tenía respuestas y me voy con más preguntas de todo lo que estaba escuchando, ¿no? Uno, yo creo que es importante que un tomador de decisiones, al final de cuentas, esto es una ley, en este caso, es una ley que va a marcar el futuro de una ciudad. En el caso de Monterrey, que está interesado en este tema, dice, oye, pues yo lo puedo hacer, pero lo hago yo quiero que todo el mundo lo haga, ¿no? Entonces, por ejemplo, una cosa que yo creo que es muy importante es poder comunicar el costo de las cosas, porque generar todo esto tiene un costo, el papel genera un costo. ¿Qué te cuesta más? Tener miles de papeles, que ya sabemos el daño que ocasiona, o invertir en nuevas tecnologías e invertir en innovación digital. Por un lado, es una pregunta que yo he estado haciendo, ¿cómo lo puedo materializar? Porque al final la pregunta que va a hacer la gente cuando cuestione la decisión pública va a ser ¿cuánto cuesta esto?, ¿no? Y otro tema que yo creo que un tomador de decisiones tiene que considerar, y ahora al momento de llevarlo en la ley, digo, ok, imagino que el gobierno de Monterrey utiliza blockchain X y esta, pero el de otra ciudad decide utilizar otra. Entonces, ¿de qué forma homologamos las reglas y el sistema para que aunque cada quien utilice su blockchain, al final la información pueda conectarse y ser interoperable, aunque sean diferentes ciudades, porque tampoco puede una ley decir qué es lo que tienes que utilizar. La ley no puede decir usa Ethereum o usa esta red o usa esta otra, ¿no? La ley simplemente marca reglas generales, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que ese sería un segundo aspecto. Y el tercero es el tema del manejo de la información y la protección de los datos. Como ya hemos estado hablando, hay demasiada desconfianza, y más cuando dices blockchain, lo asocian con, creen que solo blockchain es igual a criptomonedas y no es lo mismo. Entonces, como que piensan que la ley va al tema de las criptomonedas, que es un tema, pero aquí estamos más hablando de cómo utilizo blockchain para dar soluciones públicas. Entonces, yo le aconsejaría a este alcalde que tomara en cuenta estos 3 puntos como tomador de decisión.
Buenos consejos. Les pido respuestas rápidas, que les quiero hacer una última, porfa, que de acuerdo a lo que está pasando aquí en Devcon. Alfredo.
No, muy concreto. 2 temas que le recomendaría a un alcalde. El primero, creo que las alcaldías, las ciudades tienen un gran margen de maniobra en la formación del talento humano. Invertimos enormes recursos en procesos educativos y tal vez una de las grandes transformaciones es la de la educación. Tenemos que pasar de educación de larga duración, que no es pertinente, que no lleva a la generación de ingresos, a entender que hoy incluso la educación no necesariamente la dan los centros educativos formales, sino la dan las empresas, lo dan comunidades, que eso cambió, y creo que la primera transformación en lo que debería pensar seriamente una ciudad para este tipo de cosas es en los temas de formación, y pensar el tema de formación en programación y en todos estos temas de manera masificada e involucrar a más gente en estos nichos. Y 2, todo lo que uno puede hacer para permitir la interacción y las redes. Las ciudades son las ciudades y nos aglomeramos para estar juntos los unos de los otros. En la medida que nosotros podamos aprovechar que el conocimiento y que la información se transmite en el cara a cara, y que no hemos podido todavía de manera eficiente en un montón de interacciones reemplazar este cara a cara, y por eso incluso en encuentros tecnológicos como este nos encontramos físicamente. Todo lo que una ciudad puede hacer para fortalecer redes, para generar intercambios, para fortalecer comunidades, es lo que va a propiciar que todas las demás cosas ocurran. Entonces, si tuviera que decir 2 cosas, diría esos 2.
Buenísimo. Diego.
Para mí es muy importante, y tomando lo que planteaba Iraís con respecto a la interoperabilidad, yo creo que no hay que reinventar la rueda, y creo que cada uno de los que tienen que tomar decisiones en ciudades y en comunidades en todo el mundo, lo que tienen que buscar hacer es identificar en aquella materia que quieren resolver cuáles son los estándares que están establecidos internacionalmente, y que en general esos estándares en lo que es tecnología los establecen organizaciones sin fines de lucro. La World Wide Web Consortium, la Decentralized Identity Foundation, la Internet Engineering Task Force, Trust Over IP Foundation. En cualquier disciplina que vos busques vas a encontrar que hay estándares establecidos a los que tenés que sumarte. No hay que reinventar las cosas, y si te sumás a esos estándares vas a lograr ser compatible con todos aquellos que los están implementando. Entonces, para mí hay que ser muy cauto en eso y muy ambicioso en aquellas cosas que quieres hacer.
Buenísimo. Les quiero preguntar algo, me dio la curiosidad ahorita, estaba pensando esta mañana en la inauguración de Devcon, y quiero hacer una pregunta a Iraís y a Diego, y otra para el doctor Bateman.
Te quedan 2 minutos.
Yo sé, va a ser muy rápida. ¿Cómo ven ustedes este ecosistema? ¿Cómo ven ustedes que estemos contando la historia de desarrollo con un ukelele, con desarrolladores no latinos bailando detrás? ¿Cuál es la percepción de ustedes cuando ven algo así? Y para Alfredo, ¿qué viene para Bogotá después de Devcon? ¿Qué han pensado después de Devcon? Entonces, bueno, ¿cómo ven ustedes? ¿Está demasiado loco o qué tal está?
No, para mí está buenísimo, y hoy vivimos en 2 mundos, ¿no? El mundo digital no tiene fronteras ni nacionalidades, y en el mundo físico todavía estamos 2 horas para entrar a Colombia por las migraciones. Está esa dualidad, entonces es totalmente normal que todos los que compartimos, si se quiere, el espíritu que nos llevó a estar en esta conferencia, somos de dónde, y seres humanos del planeta Tierra, no importa dónde naciste, importa lo que elegiste. Y me parece que ese cambio es lo que vemos acá y es lo que viene.
Buenísimo. Gracias.
Bueno, no imaginé nunca ver a un panda bailando, se los juro. No estaba en mi cabeza, muy interesante. Yo creo que me gusta que esté el tema de los desarrollos, al final es una conferencia Devcon, pero yo creo que hace falta mostrar la visión de las cosas, inspirar. O sea, al final lo que queremos es que más personas se animen a estar pensando en utilizar estas tecnologías, pero si no mostramos una visión de hacia dónde va la humanidad, hacia dónde está avanzando la tecnología, qué es lo que sigue, creo que estas conversaciones se pueden quedar en paneles muy especializados de grupos de expertos y que no se socialice a que un alcalde, un gobernador haga la pregunta, bueno, ¿y esto es útil? ¿Debería de utilizarlo sí o no? Entonces yo creo que es importante, como creo que me hubiera gustado ver todavía más, cuál es esa visión, cuál es ese futuro y por qué el gobierno también tiene que ser parte y tiene que subirse a este barco, porque no tiene opción y se va a quedar atrás.
Buenísimo. Alfredo, ¿qué viene después de Devcon para Bogotá?
Quedan 15 segundos, pero yo diría, nos queda repensar todas las posibilidades que abre esto. Yo creo que buena parte de la ciudad ni siquiera es consciente, y lo mencionaba ayer, que esto está ocurriendo y que esto está pasando en Bogotá. Creo que para buena parte de la ciudad no sabe que esto existe, distinto cuando hay, ustedes me decían, es el equivalente a los Juegos Olímpicos en el deporte, pero todo el mundo se entera que hay unos Juegos Olímpicos en la ciudad y se marca siempre un hito, un antes y un después. Yo creo que es una gran oportunidad para repensar y para pensar las oportunidades que todo esto tiene para un mejor gobierno y para una mejor ciudad.
Buenísimo. Yo quisiera cerrar también haciéndoles a ustedes una reflexión, y es que muchas veces creemos que como estamos en el mundo de la tecnología y estamos tratando de resolver problemas, dejamos por fuera como estos tomadores de decisiones que todavía son tomadores de decisiones y que pueden detener o acelerar los procesos. Entonces la invitación también es a que, como hoy hemos tenido estos 3 líderes, pues conversemos cada uno en sus ciudades y tenemos la responsabilidad de educar, porque siguen tomando decisiones y pueden parar las cosas o pueden acelerarlas. Y les pido por favor un aplauso para nuestros invitados. Muchísimas gracias a todos por asistir.
Muchas gracias. Me emociona mucho este panel porque se ve que los gobiernos, sobre todo de Latinoamérica, se están acercando a la tecnología blockchain para llevarla a los diferentes países de la TAM. Entonces, muchas gracias. Y en algunos minutos vamos a tener 5 Devcons in 5 minutes. We're going to have 5 Devcons in 5 minutes actually in 5 minutes. So with Thomas Berker. So see you in 5 minutes. Ciao. Hello again. Hi. Well, for now we're going to have 3 quick talks, flash talks. So now we're going to have 5 Devcons in literally 5 minutes with Thomas Berker. Woo!
Right, is this thing on? Great. Well, I hope you're all ready for this talk. I'm certainly not. This is usually a speech that I give half drunk in a bar somewhere to a potential consulting client. I'm hoping it'll work here as well. So, 5 Devcons in 5 minutes. Why am I qualified to give this talk? I'm not very prominent, I haven't accomplished any great thing, but I have been to almost every Devcon except the one that was in Gavin Wood's living room. So you can see here proof of t-shirt. I did think of the obvious thing of just like stripping through them on stage. That idea did not survive beta testing. You wouldn't appreciate that. So, as with everything, in the short story, I'm going to impose a narrative arc on what I'm doing. So this is as much perception, my perception, as any reality, but I would see the Devcons roughly going like this. Nerds met Bitcoin, that was the very beginning. We were then a grown-up technology, very respectable. We were rich and fabulous. Does anyone remember 2017? It's not a point of honor, but it was fun. Followed by cry and build, I would describe that stage as. But it's still a time when a lot of progress was made. And then people discovering society. So, Devcon 1 was really small. It was basically the size of this room, except reasonably full. It had 1 line for coffee. That was the only catering that we had. Casper, proof of stake was first mooted here. A lot of stuff was said about the benefits of smart contracts, and it had a sort of nice academic feel. The DAO was proposed there, I think, in a side event, and Ethereum was denial of service attacked. You'll notice a theme on that. And here is an example slide. You can see it was a very, very, very nice hall. Devcon 2 is my favorite Devcon. Because I seemed artificially cool, because Shanghai is a confusing and artificial and scary environment, and I'd already been there 5 or 6 times before, so I looked like I knew what I was doing. This is when it really became respectable. IBM was there. People had stalls. People from Chinese local government showed up. It was great. For very obvious reasons, safety and security were big things. Formal methods came in. It was still very much bring your own nightlife. People just hung around the hotel or said they were going to certain bars. Vitalik was in, I think, the Sheep's Head pub, it translated to quite often. And it was very small. You could just go up and talk to Joseph Levine. It was very communal. Ethereum Classic were there. If you want that story, get me a beer later. The DAO was informally post-mortem quite a bit. And in accordance with what was then tradition, Ethereum was denial of service attacked in the middle of the event. But it was a lot of fun, as you can see. And the catering was good. It's also where Pookie Boobar's string games started, which have been a constant feature. I'm not sure if he's doing them these years, but if you see people with just bits of string and sticks stuck, bits of string and stuff stuck to themselves, that's because of him. Devcon 3, if I want to leave you with 1 image from this talk, my timer stopped, that's probably good. If I want to leave you 1 image from this talk, it's me on a pontoon at a golf club at a party. I've been at for 2 hours without figuring out who is actually paying for it, talking about mortgage securities while being brought whiskey. Everything was going to be great. There were lots of people who used to work in multi-level marketing. The corporates were a bit more quiet. A lot of stuff was focused on use cases. There were also a lot of zero-knowledge side events. DEXs came along. It was all pretty good. Prague, the money went away, but there were lots of developer tools, and Prague is great. The beer was excellent. It's probably the first time I felt that we had proper tooling for what we were doing. So on the whole, there were a lot of paper dyes everywhere, and Blockchains LLC was quite an event. There was a huge hall with this girl as a hologram. I still don't know who she is. How am I doing for time? Okay, 2 minutes. Good, I'm okay. Osaka, I think Osaka was a point where actually the money hadn't quite come back, but if anything, that was a good thing. Lots of people looked at Ethereum 2.0. There's a lot of talk about crypto law, and that was actually something people were starting to think about, society, law, the general world, that was good. ERC 721 came along, foreshadowing the NFT boom. Generalization of crypto kitties, which is previously when you did these things, you had to refer to them as something kitties. I did climate kitties for carbon credits at one point. And Ava and Libra came along, which was cool. And Japan is generally beautiful. I skived off a lot to go to the castle and stuff like that. Devcon Bogotá is, of course, whatever we make of it. Everything is still to be announced, even the beer. The coffee has been very good so far. You'll notice I've commented on that a bit. And here are many thanks to people on Twitter who helped me with things. The pictures you see that are not mine are from them, and you can see that in the speaker's notes, which I think will go up online. I'll redact them in a minute. And here are some really good articles about things that went on there that I would very much suggest if you enjoyed this talk. Thank you very much.
Woo! Thank you so much, Thomas. Like this is fantastic because this is my first time in Devcon. I don't know if for the same to you, but for me it is. So yeah, like in 2 minutes we're going to have the next talk that is going to be about UNICEF. So hey, let's say hi to Sana, that she's coming here right now.
Thank you. Woo! Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Oops. Hi everyone, my name's Sana Bedi and I'm here from the UNICEF Venture Fund team to share with you a little about what we're doing with our crypto fund as well as our blockchain explorations and how that's doing at UNICEF so far. So really to get started, as we're confronted with new realities on how technology as well as how digital solutions can impact the lives of children, what we're really seeing is still half the world is not connected to the internet. Oops. What we're also seeing is that when digital solutions do exist, and the digital solutions that we find in the market are not necessarily always built to solve critical challenges that are addressing children and their communities. And that does become a little bit problematic, also because when these solutions are developing and when we are seeing digital platforms be developed, we're seeing that many times they're at the expense of the most marginalized. Their voices are not heard. Their data is not reflected in the systems. And they're essentially getting more and more left out in how digital solutions are being developed. And also, when we do see digital solutions exist, so when we're seeing the right digital solutions be present, many a times they're blocked behind proprietary tech, which makes these solutions more and more inaccessible, leaving them behind and leaving them with not getting access to what they should be. And so that's really what we at UNICEF are trying to solve. We're trying to see that there is this missing gap. There is this gap where solutions can be made more accessible, services can be made more accessible, and we're doing that by 3 things. By piloting and developing solutions that are more accessible, by ensuring that we're investing in entrepreneurs as well as in problem solvers that are often overlooked. And third, by driving venture capital to markets that don't see enough of such funding. And so at the UNICEF Venture Fund, we really invest in early-stage frontier technology solutions, and we do this to accelerate innovations that we see as promising for the lives of children. And then what we really aim to do is invest in disruptive tech, because we think that that's the intersection of technology that can impact a large number of lives. And so our team at the Ventures Office, at the Office of Innovation in UNICEF, really looks at tracking emerging trends and identifying new areas of exploration where UNICEF can make a mark. And we do this by investing in virtual and augmented reality, drones, blockchain, of course, artificial intelligence, and data science. Here you'll see a map which has got, to date, we've made 124 investments across 74 countries. The pink dots in the map really represent the female founders that we've invested in. So 43% of our portfolio is actually female-led companies. And as I mentioned, the goal is to invest in these early-stage solutions and make them fundamental open-source platforms. So the little check marks that you see are certified digital solutions. We have currently 11 of these in our portfolio. And to do this, we provide startups with funding in two ways. The first is through our seed funding. So that's $100,000. The second is through our growth fund. Promising solutions have the opportunity to get additional funding up to $400,000. And companies are able to receive this investment in both fiat as well as cryptocurrency. And in its current form, we provide investment in Ether as well as Bitcoin. And of course, the companies receive a one-year mentorship and tech expertise guidance over a one-year period. And the fund's investment thesis really then is looking at two main approaches. The first is to invest in solutions that can directly impact the lives of children. Rumsan is one such company, and you'll be hearing from the founder more tomorrow as well. They've actually developed a digital cash and voucher assistance management system, and they will be providing cash transfers with our country office to 1,500 families in remote Nepal. The second sort of investment thesis we have is that to invest in solutions that are really core infrastructure. And Statwick, a company from India, a blockchain-based solution, is one such example. They've really developed an end-to-end supply chain tracking system, and with UNICEF, the use case was really focused on tracking vaccines all the way from manufacturers to consumers. But they're now using the same platform to be able to track agricultural produce for the Indian government. And so we're really seeing that our portfolio, which is 124 investments, has been able to reach 31 million beneficiaries. We're also seeing that fund companies have been able to raise $27 million in additional follow-on funding after receiving that initial investment from the fund. 8% of our portfolio also made successful exits. So what we're really seeing is while fund companies are being able to position themselves as key leaders in making social impact, they're also being able to develop financially sustainable solutions, which are positioned as open source financial platforms. And that's what comes to what makes the fund model unique. We invest in local solutions because we believe local solutions are the best way to solve local problems. We're seeing that our companies are driving private capital to innovating for children. As I mentioned, 80% of the companies generating revenue, 17 million has been raised in follow-on funding just by the startup portfolio. The 43% of our female-led companies, less venture capital goes to women. And we're happy with the 43%, but we're really striving to get to a 50% gender balance. We also have, then, the most important, our crypto fund. It is still the only and the first crypto mechanism in the United Nations system where we're able to accept, hold, and disperse cryptocurrency through the fund to our startups. And finally, everything that we invest in is open source. And that's because we believe open source is more scalable, more adaptable, and more accessible. So the crypto fund was actually launched exactly 3 years ago at Devcon in 2019. With the long-standing, of course, the long-standing commitment and bold partnership with the Ethereum Foundation that made it possible. We're now coming to what is the end of the prototype period, so it was a 3-year prototype launch. And we're really hoping to institutionalize operations from the crypto fund so that we're able to continue making and bringing these results that we've got. So the crypto fund was launched as really a mechanism to help UNICEF build its institutional muscle memory on how to operate in crypto, but also on preparing for a digitally financed future. And we're really seeing that we've actually been able to come against and show results against the initial sort of indicators that we set up for ourselves. We're seeing that 100% of our transactions are transparent and can be tracked. We're seeing also that we're able to make those transfers in a very less period of time, and also spending less than 1% on transaction fees. And so we've seen that 35 investments that we've made in the past 3 years were companies that actually received investment in crypto. And we're hearing, of course, a lot on the benefits from the startups themselves as well, on how they've actually benefited in terms of just financial reporting, in terms of ease of transparency, as well as just hiring the very best talent across the world. And so we will be also announcing a new cohort of investments that will be receiving crypto funding later this month. I'm also happy to announce that we have with us Xcapit, a gamified savings platform, again, a blockchain solution. They are actually the very first contributors to company to contribute back to the Innovation Fund. While the amount is not looking significant here for UNICEF, this is a very momentous time. And that's really because we're seeing how a portfolio company can contribute back to the growth of the fund. And finally, we invite you to collaborate with us. You can collaborate with us with your expertise and mentorship in building open source communities. You can also provide mentorship directly to a select few startups. If you're a startup, we will be launching a new call for applications, and this is going to be for climate tech solutions. The call is going to be out later this month, so stay tuned. And finally, co-invest with us. Join the venture fund, partner with us to really contribute in building digital public goods that can really impact the lives of children in more ways than one. You can write to us directly at the venturefund@unicef.org, or else check us out on social at UNICEF Innovate. Thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sana. It's amazing to know how one of the most important organizations around the world is using the blockchain technology. So congratulations and thank you. And in a few minutes, we are going to have EEA community projects, a home for open standards development projects managed by Oasis, here with Daniel Burnett and Taz Dienens. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Woo!
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so they're still filling in a little bit here. All right. I'll start with the clicker. Okay. Thanks, everyone. So we're going to be talking, well, obviously, about community projects, and I'll just launch right into it. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history, and then Tosh will get into what we're doing today and what you can do through the community projects going forward. Okay, so when we created the community projects originally, our goal was to increase or improve the quality of standards in the Ethereum community. And that's an interesting statement. That's actually what was brought to us initially by some folks who were concerned with quality. And what they meant by that was EIPs are great, and EIPs have moved the entire ecosystem forward, that's for sure. But they often don't meet the quality and completeness level of standards that, that businesses would expect, something you would see from traditional standards organizations such as IETF or W3C or OASIS or ISO or whatever, okay? And so businesses and governments are a lot more comfortable adopting those kinds of technology standards than some of the ones that they've seen from EIPs. And so the goal was to see, are there projects that could benefit from this additional level of rigor. So we have a formal but open standards development process that includes input from multiple organizations and stakeholders. And one of the goals with this, of course, was to reduce the bureaucracy. Okay, so for any of you who've ever participated in any of these other standards organizations, you know they have a reputation for being very slow, ponderous, cumbersome. And so our goal is to see if we could put in the minimum amount of bureaucracy to still allow us to get to a good result. So this is the work itself is actually managed and run by Oasis Open. Oasis is a nonprofit technical standards body, been around for a long time. They're actually known for a lot of XML standards and many others as well. What they did is they actually started a new Oasis Open program specifically for open source software and standards development. So we created an Oasis Open project. I say we, so it was the Ethereum Foundation, Consensus, and the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance in 2019 started this project. And again, we focused really heavily on the low bureaucracy piece. So the EEA, which of course I obviously represent with my shirt here, was founded in 2017. Initially focused, for any of you who saw my presentation earlier today, you know what I'm going to say. We were focused initially on standards development for private chains, okay? And that's because the public chain wasn't ready for businesses to use it a number of years ago. But we have a broader mission now at the EEA to include much more ecosystem development work and Ethereum advocacy. So we are looking at moving, well, we've already been moving beyond private chains for a while now. We're actually looking much more broadly than that. So in particular, even though enterprise is in our title, and we know that people sometimes hate that enterprise word, the reality is we are business focused. And so you'll hear that more and more from the EA. You can almost think of us as, you know, the Ethereum Business Alliance, you know, as far as the way we operate. So we like the way Oasis started the open projects and decided that we would work together with them. We particularly liked how inclusive it was of the entire Ethereum community. It's important to point out that EEA membership is not required to participate in the community projects, and that's why they're called community projects. Okay? And at this point, I think I'm switching over to Taj to tell you what we're up to.
Yeah, so, oh, thank you. So what do we look for in an EEA community project? What kind of projects are a good fit? Ethereum first projects, as the name implies. Ethereum should be central to the project, although it doesn't have to be exclusively Ethereum, it can support other chains. We look for projects that want to do open standards development, often from initial open source software, so there can be a software implementation around which a standard is developed, or there can be no implementation, you just develop a standard first. Either one's okay, but it must be open, i.e. Contributors must be willing to sign a contributor license agreement that ensures that there will be no, all contributions are open source, there's no intellectual property, no patents associated with the contributions to that standard. So the standard should be completely open source. And to start a project, we look for at least 3 and ideally 5 organizations to sponsor a project. So one company cannot define a standard. A standard exists when multiple entities get together and hash out their differences and agree on something. So we look for at least 3 and hopefully more than 3 entities, often that have competing interests, to get together and discuss and agree on something which we can call a standard. So how is it governed? The EEA Community Projects is governed by a project governing board, and then each project has a technical steering committee. So there's one project governing board, and there's a TSC for each standards development project. The PGB meets every 2 weeks. It manages the TSCs, it authorizes and makes rules for the TSCs. It does not make technical decisions. It's just a kind of a middle level of governance between Oasis and the TSCs. Dan and I are the co-chairs. And the TSC also includes members from each, the PGB also includes members from each TSC, so each TSC gets a seat on the PGB. And also companies that sponsor the EEA community projects by giving us money get a seat on the TSC, on the PGB, if they want one. Yeah. So each project is governed by its own technical steering committee. So the technical steering committee sets the governance rules for that project. They can be pretty flexible. The PGB has to approve the rules. So there is some degree of customizability for each project to set their own rules and get it approved by the PGB. The members of the TSC are typically the most active contributors to that project. And the TSCs report to the PGB. So what projects do we have, or what have we worked on so far? Baseline protocol is probably the biggest one. Baseline Protocol is a standard that enables enterprises to synchronize complex multi-party business processes with privacy and without moving data from systems of record using Ethereum as a common frame of reference. So basically it enables companies that engage in multi-party business transactions to do so in a way that doesn't leak any confidential information from their databases, yet also ensures that all of their each company's systems are in sync and that each company is doing the correct thing and proving that with zero-knowledge proofs. Wow. We also have a Layer 2 Standards Working Group. We just talked about that earlier at a different room. So the Layer 2 Standards Working Group, as the name implies, is developing standards for Layer 2s, which is, I think, very important. There's been some work done on formalizing the standards and specifications for the JSON RPC client API. And we've been talking about a new project called TokenScript, possibly coming in. TokenScript is a JavaScript, WebAssembly, and XML framework to improve the functionality, security, and usability of blockchain tokens. And if you have an idea for a project, we would love to hear from you. We would love to have more projects coming into the EA community projects to improve the quality of standards development within the Ethereum ecosystem. So we have sponsors. Sponsors have provided money to help us get stuff done. Some big companies like EY, Accenture, and SAP, and also a lot of smaller crypto-focused companies. So there's quite a wide variety of sponsors. If you are interested in getting in starting a new standards development project or participating in one of the existing ones, please get in touch. Here's how. And thanks for sticking around till the last talk of the day.
Woo! Amazing, thank you so much. So yeah, reach out to Dan and Taz if you have some ideas to keep improving the Ethereum ecosystem, or you want to join a project with them. So thank you so much. And thank you all. This is the last talk of the day, and a very amazing day for Devcon. This is the biggest Devcon till now. We are more than 5,000 people. So amazing. I hope you enjoy it. And I'm Anna, and thank you so much. Have a great life. See you soon.